God fucking speed, ladies and gentlemen. It's RazörFist Arcade and a very, very long overdue noir-tastic live stream of a little ditty called a Blacksad. This is actually, this game came out of nowhere for a lot of people. For me, I was like kind of blown away. As you'll see when we start this son of a bitch up, a comic book company's name is going to pop up at the beginning. A Dessinées studio, one of the bigger ones, Dargo. This is a video game adaptation of a noir series from of Dessinées hardcovers, basically from well, actually, I think it's originally from Italy or whatever, but of course, Dessinées encompasses a lot more than just France and Belgium. It's a lot of different Spanish and German and a whole lot of fucking shit. So yes, this is Blacksad, and it is essentially an ongoing noir comic that's been going on in a Euro trash land. So we're gonna chomp some soft cheese and tear into this sumbitch. This is a long overdue playthrough. I haven't torn into this properly. I only played a tiny little bit, you know, to get it technically up and running a little bit earlier. So this is going to be as much a surprise for me as anyone else. It kind of looked like this gameplay-wise was a little bit like a Heavy Rainish kind of thing, although probably not quite as interactive movie. We'll see. I am, of course, your intrepid host, your intrepid private dick, RazörFist, maybe just plain dick. And I am joined by Mr. Lieutenant Terengel. How the hell are you?
Well, howdy, dick.
You're not supposed to... What? You're supposed to play along with the noir theme, my dude.
Should I be an Irish cop?
Yeah. Here's looking at you, kid. Gotta throw it out. A Blacksad stream don't amount to a hill of beans in this world, Ilsa. We're gonna go ahead and tear into this. This is one I have wanted to play for a long ass time. So let's go ahead and tear into it. It told me at the outset that I should play it with a controller, so I'm playing it with a controller.
Wow, really? Control? Well, I guess
it said Microids. Yeah, it says Microids. This is the same people who made Still Life, which is a really good point-and-click murder mystery game.
It is on console, so I guess the controller...
There's Dargo. Big Dessinées studio out of Europe. Here we go. Let me know if we can see and hear everything okay.
Music sounds okay.
Too loud? Too quiet? How are our voices in comparison to it?
Our levels are pretty good. You are echoing slightly. Maybe just turn me down a notch.
Probably doesn't help that your mic is kind of aimed a little over your shoulder.
Would you want it this way or this way?
Turn it away from me as much as possible. Like, block it with your body a little bit. Alright. Let me get this.
We'll see how this is.
Yeah, there we go. Let me talk real quick. Oh, yeah, I can see your mic is picking me up a bit. Okay. Talk for me?
Test.
Holy fuck, is this wrong? Holy hell, is it erotic?
It had to be that one for this game.
Why this game specifically? All right. So you are a black cat fucking private detective, Philip Marlowe kind of thing. Yeah, make your furry super chats now.
Well, we've got a few backed up already, so.
Right.
Really original crowd we're working with tonight.
Yeah. If you haven't checked these comics out, by the way, they've been localized in English by Dark Horse, actually, I believe. So they are available in English. I highly recommend them. It's good stuff. Kind of like a really dark Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I think I've heard that canned scream before.
Well, sure. Tutorial. Do I see? Okay, this interactive drama uses similar controls to other games of its genre. I'll chance not doing it with the tutorial. I'll probably regret this, but whatever. It'll make for a better stream if I fuck up more. All right.
Christian Thurber, thank you for that 50. That Lincoln video, vlogging through history, is calm, but disagrees with many points. Some others...
did we watch a different response video? Because that motherfucker was anything but calm. He was pretty fucking triggered. I'm waiting until he's done. You never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake.
Yeah.
Once he's done running his dick licker, I'll probably release part 2 of my video and then dedicate an entire section to roasting that boomer Bolshevik. Next question. No, I'm not gonna get...
Fuck is this wrong? My holy hell, is it erotic?
I'm not gonna get into this. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and do the picture-in-picture thing. Because holy fuck, like, the two... I hate those kind of videos. In short, the video he recorded. Hey, I'll play a clip, and then I'll respond, and then I'll play a clip, and I'll usually be interrupting him while he's disproving my point. Right? Like, that thing. All right, let's let him talk.
Because of the reigning disorder, but because it feels like the remains of the civilized person I used to be.
Nice. I need to turn the subtitles on.
I swear I'll tear his eyes out. Hey! Hand over the pictures, you bastard. Now! Otherwise, you're gonna be dead meat. Hear me?
Oh, okay. I can actually do it now.
It's not exactly what I expect a rhino to sound like.
Right? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can turn this...
You're a loose cannon.
But yeah, I don't want to get into that bullshit that was all over YouTube in 2012 where it'd be like, this fucking drama queen is arguing with this fucking drama queen, and we've gone back and forth now 4 or 5 times, so it's not just picture-in-picture anymore. It's picture-in-picture and picture-in-picture, and if anybody had an adequately sized dick, none of these videos would exist, right? That's not happening. I'm not doing that. So I'll make one response if I feel like it. Honestly, he didn't make particularly compelling arguments, but I'll make one response and then I'll move the fuck on with my life. And I'm not gonna play a bunch of clips from his video. I'll just do the lowlights of his vacuous, poorly cited arguments, and then move on. All right. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. There we go. It's in language. I hate when they put the subtitles in language.
I saw this in the chat that this was pretty good. Remember when I said I didn't expect a rhino to sound like that?
Right? Expected him to sound like Crenshaw.
I expected him to open with, my French.
My French. All right. Okay. Back to the game, because this game has a pretty cool story. All right.
What kind of pictures are you looking for exactly?
You know which ones. Me and the lady. 2 days ago.
Who would want those kind of pictures?
Plenty of things you could learn through.
I'm gonna kill you!
Oh! Shit! Fuck!
It wasn't the first time I regretted hitting a guy like him.
Ow.
No time to aim at his soft spots.
Oh dear.
Was that
In the dick?
Predator?
There we go. Typewriter? Chicago typewriter. Bitch. Oh. Ooh. Oh, nice Smith & Wesson.
You broke my jaw.
Well, now it matches your marriage.
Oh!
I'm dead meat. You'll ruin my life. Please.
I don't enjoy meddling in others' affairs, but it's my job, and I've got bills to pay. You're the one cheating on your wife, buddy. This is on you.
Hey,
He ain't wrong.
no two-timer, I swear. It only happened once, for God's sake.
It's a one-timer.
I'm just her bodyguard, that's all. She seduced me. I love my wife, honest to God. I even quit the damn job for her. You can't break up a family for one tiny mistake.
Colbert, the cheating husband.
Look, you protect that girl, and I spy on people like you. We all have to be professional, no matter how sick it makes us at times.
Okay, how about this? You give me those pictures and tell her a white lie, and I pay you 10 times what she's offering. You save my family. And fuck, is this wrong?
But holy hell, is it erotic?
I don't know why we keep getting that one, but I'm glad we do.
Yeah, well, I am too, but I am gonna double check to see if it's the only one checked off.
Deal?
For as long as I could remember, I had collected nothing more
It's
than
a
the
larger
debt
amount,
and
if I remember
My
correctly.
self-respect and my
yeah,
bank account
50.
were racing to see who'd hit rock bottom first.
Oh boy. What do we, okay, let's do a deal. Let's do a deal.
While I hated his offer, it could certainly help me start anew. Run some ads in the papers, get better clients. All right. I'll tell your wife you're clean. Get the hell out of here before I regret it, pal. 3,
Thank God.
2,
Put that money to good use.
1.
You won't regret helping out Eugene Colbert. I promise you that.
Yeah,
My
sure.
uninvited guest had left me several gifts. First of all, a swollen hand. That guy's skin was hard as
This
a
one
rock.
might be
Second of all, more money than I deserved.
Model
Third,
25.
feeling that my moral compass
Or Model
wasn't
29,
quite as
I don't know what it
calibrated
is.
as I thought. Last but not least, the certainty that more gifts were yet to come.
Oh boy. It's gonna be a dame. It's gotta be a dame. Oh shit!
You see what I said about my pal Blacksad? Doesn't even know you, and he's already offering you a seat.
Jay,
I do like that the dialogue prompts are timed so it doesn't break up the flow of the
Shut up and listen.
cutscene so much.
All right? I brought you a client.
Task Manager. Thank you for the 10.
Bad with a goblin.
Pet her.
Ugh. So what do you want, my pet? I mean,
I wonder, do they have pets in this universe?
right?
Like, there's so many
And is that
questions when you-
slavery? Is that...
I mean, they clearly don't have zoos, right?
right? Maybe there's humans in them.
While we're having our montage here.
Right, I was gonna say.
Natara, thank you for the 50. I would
Go ahead.
genuinely think that Razör is the type to avoid a Titanic with a torpedo. But hey, some guys like the addition of a torpedo, and I would be a liar if I didn't say that some of those Thai cruise ships look just as good even with the torpedo.
I don't know where you're going with that.
I don't either. There's some
I'm not sure
like
he does.
underlying message there that I'm not
It's
sure.
like not even a double entendre. It's not even a single entendre. It's like half an entendre. Like it's not quite there's no connective tissue there.
There's some sort of tundra there.
There's a tundra.
They'll really come in handy. Let me see.
Oh, doggo. Okay. Navigate through different hotspots. Okay, so you can. All right.
Your father, Joe Dunn, boxing manager and gym owner, hanged himself 2 days ago.
Yes.
Oh, is that dog a boxer? Sorry. Anyway. No.
Bobby Yale. a boxer
It's gonna
at
be
Dunn's
like
gym,
this, isn't it?
fight against the reigning champion in 2 weeks. But he disappeared 2 days ago, right about the same time your father died.
Yes.
In short, if Bobby Yale is a no-show for his fight, you'll have to pay a fine. But since you don't have the cash on hand, your father's gym would have to close.
Yes.
So you want me to find Bobby Yale?
Yes. No. Jake wants you to find Bobby.
Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I see.
That's so
Well,
weird.
first
So
of all,
there are monkey people too, but no humans.
Right?
Like,
your father took his life the same day his pupil disappeared.
Do it.
Sorry, but something just doesn't add up.
Damn it, John. Will you take the case or not?
Sure.
the cat
I
looks
know
like
money is
Batman.
tight,
Yeah,
so,
kinda.
How about this?
I see it.
If I solve the case, we'll see how much you can pay.
We'll see how much
I'm
my
sure
finger
you'll
clips
find a
through the
suitable
photo.
price.
She looks like she smelled a fart.
Probably
Which,
did.
considering how cat farts smell, has got to be pretty pungent.
Well, hey, in this universe, at least you can blame it on the dog.
Right?
But
In Cicero's case, it usually is the dog.
Filipino white boy, thank you for the 50. MV Soul Captain. Korean passengers, your attention please. Your attempts at righting this ship will fail. You are wonderful passengers and we wish you no harm. However, if you don't return to your rooms, we will be forced to take a hard right turn. The Patriot Heretic, jokes aside. I got Beastkin in my SAS writing too. They're magic warped mutants from other races and considered cursed, often enslaved,
I know
killed,
you already
or
looked
driven
into
to savagery.
All right, that's enough.
Nothing, but I'll search it myself at some point.
Sorry,
That
could you
lady,
finish that?
Miriam,
Oh, sorry.
No, he started talking. I was... Yeah, go ahead and finish that.
Also, some just grow up feral. That was it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just... It always sounds terrible when the voiceover and the chat are overlapping.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pick my moments.
Yeah, it's tough with a very story-based game like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parnell, the one who found Joe Dunn's body. She works part-time at Sam's Diner, just down the road on the left, right?
That's right.
I think I might pay her a visit as well.
I understand what you
And
meant
Jim, of
earlier. He
course,
does
see what I
sound
can find.
familiar.
The voice actor sounds very
I think
familiar.
I've got enough to start with for now.
Sounds a little like every Native American actor ever guy. And also sounds a little bit like Von D. Curtis Hall, the dude from Daredevil, played Ben Urich.
John Blacksad, Barry Johnson.
I don't know. All right. Oh, and now we're moving.
He was in Detroit Become Human. And Beyond Two Souls.
Really?
Yeah.
Not that we should hold that against him.
Can I?
Is that done? Wow.
Court's adjourned.
All right.
You know what? With universes like this, I occasionally just want them to do like random animal things.
Ages 15 and 17.
I want them to walk up to a random wall and just start scratching and
Right.
stretching.
He just starts marking all the doorways.
I remember that fight. Back when Jake was coming up the ranks.
That's cool. Anything you look at, you can kind of pan around on.
Might
Oh.
be useful later, like looking for clues or whatever.
Possibly.
I better leave these two alone.
If anybody knows how to make mystery games and point and clicks and shit, it's Microids. They did. If you guys haven't played Still Life 1 and 2, you really need to.
Sideburns.
They're very,
The
very
art in the BD of Blacksad is gorgeous.
It's unbelievable. It's like, I believe it's colored with watercolor. It's actually painted. And the artwork is kind of like a more detailed, like old school Disney a little bit. It's really good. Not necessarily appropriate for small children. Not super graphic or anything, but there's blood and...
It's more adult-oriented. Anatard, Lord of Derps.
I guess.
I had the misfortune of hearing about 10 seconds of Blink-182 today. Question, who do you think are the 5 most astroturfed musical performers ever?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, you would have to say Milli Vanilli. Because they were literally invented in a laboratory. Like, fucking, they literally found 2 German guys. It was German guys, right? Who...
I forget who
They were
originally
literally
were.
underwear models who couldn't sing.
Yeah.
And they were like, fuck it, we'll fix it in post. We'll just hire some guys who could sing.
Weren't the Monkees also fake?
The Sex Pistols were fucking fake. They were a boy band. They were put together by their record company.
Someone should weld the iron bar on those panels. Someone should weld the iron bar on those panels.
Looks like somebody tried to pry in.
Someone in the chat is offended. Where is it? Excuse me, but Blink-182 is peak late 90s, 2000s Kino.
That's bullshit. Dude, even if you liked pop punk, why would you listen to Blink-182? All right.
Champies.
Yes, sir. I don't think there's a run button, at least not that I've discovered yet. Okay, you got an investigation notebook, it looks like. I like it.
Zebeda, thoughts on the Queen movie released in 2018?
You mean Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck you...
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
Man, from a like chronological standpoint, it drives me up the fucking wall, because it's like
Kissing goblins.
the none of that shit happened in that order. But I understand, like, for time and for presentation, it makes sense. I think Rami Malek was really good as Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
But it ended kind of weird, and it was a little bit cursory. Is there anything else up here? I feel like there's gotta be. I'm picking up these goofy baseball cards. And then there's a brain button. I don't know what that is. I guess that's for investigation, but I don't have anything to... There should be like a hamster and a hamster wheel in there.
But then again, hamsters are people, right?
Right? Slavery! It kind of is. Kind of does constitute slavery in this universe.
So are there birds?
Yes. Actually, one of his primary antagonists, if I remember correctly, is like an eagle or a falcon guy.
Okay, so then there be no birds flying in the sky.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Whenever you have...
These are the weird existential questions you get into when
Yeah.
you get into, like, anthropomorphic stuff. Like, fucking Disney, where Mickey Mouse owns a dog.
Oh!
But then there are bipedal dogs running around, so Mickey Mouse is a fucking... Mickey Mouse is a fucking slaver.
There you go. Right there in the chat. Perfect question. What do they eat?
Right?
Right?
Well, I mean, what do they eat in real life?
Each other.
I mean, what do animals in our world eat? All right, sweet. Dude, I love the environment design.
No, it looks like they put a lot of work into it. Strong Arm of the Law, your thoughts on the latest Dark Throne
Needs
album?
a man to do something like this. Life's already dealt me a fair share of blows, but
Then you go on over to the Rickety Stool store. If you've seen that Norm Macdonald bit, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
And let's be real, there's a reason the rope store and the Rickety Stool store are right next to each other. Let's not kid ourselves here.
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
You must be kidding me.
Right. Is that another card? I'm just picking up cards all over the fucking place.
Thoughts on the latest Dark Throne album?
It was pretty shit. Yeah, it was pretty bad. After the last one was not too bad. Not as terrible as some of the other ones had been. Arctic Thunder, I mean. They really took a step back with the last one. Okay. Oh, there we go. I don't know what these are for. I assume some kind of unlockable or something, some kind of extra.
Or yeah, putting something together. I don't know.
Oh, sweet. I can use the rhinoceros's... Why would I call the rhinoceros's wife? Let's see.
Maybe you can tell
So I
her
have
the
two
truth.
cases going at once, technically. Let's see. I'm Batman.
Blacksad here.
Oh boy. Okay.
You have nothing to worry about.
I'm gonna
Mrs.
be a
Cole.
nice guy.
Do me a favor and enjoy your family.
Why does the rhinoceros have a southern accent? Why?
How do you know she's a rhinoceros?
No, don't.
Tactical furball. Wait a minute. Cat people. Don't tell Fuentes.
Joe Dunn, the boxing coach. You hear anything about his death?
Blacksad, is that you?
I'm just asking a simple question, Chief. Do you have any information on Joe Dunn's suicide?
Oh, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Too much work as usual. I haven't been able to assign an officer to that Joe Dunn suicide case. You haven't even heard of it.
She's a platypus. That's why he's cheating on her.
Let's just say I haven't been busy lately. I ain't heard about his
I want to
death.
know about bears and
What
rabbits. What are they?
That's appropriate. Holy shit.
Start feeling a bit more talkative. Give me a call. Always a pleasure, Joe.
What a dick. It's one of the reasons I love private detective stories, because the private detective can walk. I think Raymond Chandler wrote about this in The Simple Art of Murder. The private detective can go on, he can wander among the criminal side and wander among the law and order side, and he's not friends with either of them. So it works better for a story. Because he can be anywhere the action is happening. He can be on the cop side when that action happens, or on the criminal side when that action happens.
Hey, Weekly, this is...
John, did you get my pictures?
Yes, and...
I saw your dick pics.
Has one big horn.
Ugh!
And the girl, hot damn. You want me to find out her name? Please. Pretty please.
No, Weekly. Look, the rhinoceros came by and offered me money to keep quiet.
Wow. Are we talking petty cash or big bucks?
The latter.
That's my boy. Good job, Blacksad.
The money is yours.
Yeehaw. Okay, let's just change the subject. Hey.
Did we just discuss a bribe over the phone?
On at this gym. What was the name? Dunn's Gym. Didn't you have a pal down there? Can I talk to him? I heard a woman's running it now. A boxing gym. Now, that's what I call news.
All right.
Actually, I'm working on a case for the gym owner. I'll see what I can do, okay? I'll call you.
Thanks, pal. You just made my day.
Alexander Ferris. What is your favorite metal album coming out, Razor?
Favorite metal album coming out?
Mm-hmm.
That I know for a fact is coming out. I mean, I'm always interested in the new Abigor stuff. I'm always interested in new Minenwerfer. I'm loving this new band called Cult of Nosfero. They've released like 4 albums in 2 years. It's fucking Nosferatu black metal. It's Nosferatu themed black metal albums, and it's unbelievable. I believe they're Finnish, like all the best new bands. And it's great. No
does sound
guts,
like-
no galaxy.
It does sound like an untapped source.
Dude, it's amazing. Their cover art's great. Their fucking albums. Like I said, they've released like 4 albums in 2 years, and they all fucking smoke. They're killer. I think I see another. Yes, I do.
Asa asks, would a female protagonist work for a noir story, or is the role suited solely for male characters?
Yeah, I mean, it can be done. I don't think it's been done very well in the past. Probably a good example of this is the last story that James M. Cain wrote, and he never published in his lifetime, but Hard Case Crime a few years ago found it and published it, is called The Cocktail Waitress, and it's told from a first-person perspective, from the perspective of a cocktail waitress. So she's the main character of the story. And James M. Cain is like one of the noir writers, right? Like he wrote Double Indemnity and The Postman Always Rings Twice, and like all those formative noir
On the surface, it seems
novels
dry,
and novellas.
but there's no dust, and it's damp underneath. It could have fallen the day Dunn died.
Ah.
You think he licks milk out of a bowl?
Right? If criminals in these movies would just stop leaving footprints at the scene, they would just cut that shit out. So yeah, like, I think it could work, but it hasn't been done very well. And I worry that with modern sensibilities, if you're going to do a female protagonist, there's... there's almost a tendency to have, like, too much pathos in there. And plus, if you're going to do noir, a lot of times it's set in the 30s and 40s. And so a lot of the roles that a noir protagonist needs to fill aren't appropriate for women of that period. There were no female police officers. There were no, right? Like, there were no female private detectives. You could go a different direction, though. I mean, okay, watch the movie Phantom Lady amazing movie, one of my favorite film noir. That's basically a female protagonist movie. I mean, the protagonist of the film, quote unquote, is a guy, but then he gets locked up and he's sidelined for most of the movie. And Ella Raines, fucking smoke show Ella Raines, is the main character for the rest of the film, and she's trying to clear her boss, basically because she's got the hots for him, and she knows that she's the only person who believes that he's innocent, and he's basically fucked, and so she basically tries to find who actually killed the woman. Great movie and a great book, by the way. If you haven't watched it, I really need to do a Film Noir Archives on Phantom Lady. It's a very good classic noir. So yeah, it can be done, just hasn't been done very well in the past. Okay.
Ouroboros. Thank you for subbing for 18 months. And Aquatarius, thank you for subbing for 5.
So it kind of
Thanks for all the amazing streams, Terran and Razor. You both make my week when you stream. How do you both see this AF?
Oh my! Is that as offensive in this world as it is in ours?
9/11.
Oh my.
Locked. But a true detective never leaves home without his... Huh? Sometimes even the most experienced detective has to go home to get his lockpicks.
Can I? Oh, sweet. Oh, look at that fucking smoking ride.
Have babies with a goblin.
It'd be neat as fuck if we still made cars.
He should have tried to pick the lock with his claw.
Right?
How do you both see this AFT pistol brace ruling going?
Atia. I see an awful lot of people not complying.
Do you think it'll be overturned? And Godspeed.
Yes, I believe it'll be overturned.
Although probability would suggest a cold call. Or, even worse, the War Veterans Therapy Group. I was pretty sure I left the lockpicks on the table.
Oh. Is there a thief stealing lockpicks now? Well, I mean, your office is so well organized, Blacksad. Goodness.
The strong arm of the law. Any Mythos projects in the works for 2023?
Yeah, I've got a, like I said, I've got a few. Oh my, I didn't need to see that. Rhino ass. Jesus.
Court's adjourned.
I wonder if that Rhino would ever have the nerve to use it.
All right. He should have brought in a Chiappa Rhino revolver, actually. Oh, I see another card. Yeah, that's definitely like a collectible thing.
The Patriot Heretic. Oh, well, I guess this was inevitable. Good for you, Razor, embracing your inner furry.
Oh my
Nobody
god.
reads and invoices that nobody pays.
I support you.
It's so sad that perverts have like completely ruined having any animal characters in any fiction.
Yeah.
Ever. Like what did every kid back when we had a civilization grow up with? Fucking cartoons with fucking anthropomorphic animals.
Ninja Turtles.
But now it's furry because a bunch of Arrested Development dipshits have fucking corrupted it like everything else.
You can't really call yourself a detective.
Street
if you're a
sharks.
teetotaler.
Oh, I wonder if this
That's
world
not
has
what that
street
bottle is
sharks.
for. The truth? I used tequila to clean my lockpicks. In fact, I just finished cleaning them when that Rhino walked in. Maybe we knocked them down during the fight.
Maybe the chick took them. Oh.
EJ, thank you for the 20. Crowder.
What did you do to earn the admiration of a millinery culture?
I don't want to talk over him. Crowder, I got a bad contact for someone. The public. Who is he talking about? Daily Wire. It's us. We're the turds.
Right? Like,
The public.
what in the world?
Did you really need to out yourself?
And this is what I mean when I said earlier, I think it's at least as much about self-policing their own side. I mean, when Jordan Peterson came out with that retweet and everything and then deleted it, I think that those kind of things ticked off Daily Wire, and now they're worried at that point, okay, other people are going to start asking questions in our own ranks. It was more, I think, this is just my read on it, I think them outing themselves was more about worrying that there was going to be discontent brewing on their own side with their own contracts. So they needed to make Crowder seem like the bad guy at that point. Look, a lot of us inferred that they were talking about Daily Wire. I pretty much called it, like, within 5 minutes of watching Crowder's video. I was like, oh, he's talking about Shapiro. Got it. Because I don't think Crowder would have felt quite as betrayed if it wasn't somebody he had regularly associated with.
Yeah.
Because Shapiro, he hasn't been on Crowder in a long time, but he used to be a fixture on that fucking show. Right? He used to be on there a lot.
What if the only thing that keeps you going is the very thing that won't let you move on?
Oh. What? Oh,
It's
are
too
we going to
soon
get a
say
flashback?
She wouldn't hear me anyway.
Oh, okay.
Frank Doublemint.
Again, like, that's what I think
sorry.
it is. Crowder, I think, was more pissed off by the terms of the contract. Because, look, Crowder, that mug club, like, is the lifeline for his entire fucking deal. Like, merchandise is huge. Put it this way. I don't buy merchandise for fucking podcasts, generally. I have bought Crowder merchandise. I've actually bought physical Crowder merchandise. And if I, who never buys it, do it, then I figure people who are more predisposed to do it have probably bought more stuff. So he makes some bank off of that, as well he should. When I read the part in that contract that said they get all of the merchandising rights, I was like, I think I see why Crowder's pissed off here.
Yeah.
Those terms were just, before you even get into the YouTube shit where it's like, if you get demonetized, as if you can fucking control that, as if the terms of what gets you demonetized aren't ephemeral and changing every hour on the fucking hour and inconsistently enforced at best on YouTube. That's the whole problem. The entire process of demonetization is utterly fucking opaque. As if you can control that. And they put an entire section in there as if you have any say in whether or not you're fucking demonetized. I made a video before the election, months before the election, warning of the likelihood for electoral fraud to be perpetrated with mail-in ballots. This was before the 2020 election, months and months beforehand. Nobody gave a fuck. Now, a lot of people watched it and loved it, and then after the election, it gained like a new life because people were like, holy fuck, you warned everyone about this. But then YouTube caught wind of it, and suddenly, not only is it demonetized, but I nearly lost my channel over that video. A video that was not risable before election day. This is how you get demonetized on YouTube. You can do something one day that is perfectly permissible and above board, and then months later, it can be utterly forbidden because it runs afoul of a new established narrative. Dude, you can't be setting contracts like that. You absolutely can't. Jesus Christ.
Frank Doublemint.
Wait, what? Oh, interesting.
What would you do with an angry razor?
Police Commissioner Smirnoff smoked that
What?
cigarette.
It's a
Thanks for the
German
5.
Shepherd.
Judging by the way he put it out, he was pretty nervous.
So the police chief is a German Shepherd? That kind of makes sense, actually.
Stereotyping.
Right?
I favor no cop
Surprised
should
he's
ever
not an
be-
Irish setter.
We jock.
Irish wolfhound.
Wee Jock Poopong McPlop
What?
just donates to say my name. I did. And welcome back.
Such as it is. Oh my god. My cat has been here.
Alexander Ferris, what's your take on the Crowder thing? We just talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about it throughout the night, but my read on it is the terms of the contract were not agreeable for Crowder. And he mentioned in his video that he had been holding his tongue for months, so the whole they registered the domain name months beforehand, it's like, dude, there's no way when Crowder started shopping around and started seeing some of these stupid contracts, he was not going to immediately get the idea, okay, I'm going to launch my own platform. Which is, by the way, that's where this is all leading. Like, I don't think he would have released his original video if he didn't have a plan to make his own platform. I suspect that's where this is going.
A visiting friend once told me that New York City smells like a giant bonfire. I'd say the smell is rubbed off on me.
He's a Yankee! So this is in New York.
Huh.
I think. I think it's supposed to be New York.
TR, thank you for the 5.
Okay.
The Great Scalzini. Any good
That's where I
shadow
left my lockpicks.
Any good shadow what?
comic collection or omnibuses to look for?
Man, I wish they had a bunch of omnibuses. Shadow graphic novels I can recommend and have recommended in the past. Watch my video Enter the Shadow, and then there was a sequel, was a second part of it called Deeper into the Shadow. They were both Razor versus Comics videos, but a good one to start with is The Shadow Year One.
Bookkeeping is not my strong suit. I'm good with expenses. It's the income I don't get.
All right. So I wonder how I can get that out from under there. Is there like a coat hanger or...
Zebeda.
Or maybe I can move the fucking couch? Let's see.
Loved your updated mythos on Saxon. Hope for more.
I think I see it. Yep. I can't. Oh, there we go. Oh, you pussy.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
All right, let's try that again. God, this guy, no upper body strength. All right. Dude, that is so real life. Every fucking time I do something that I can't get away from, the fucking phone rings.
Most detectives feel safe with a gun in their pocket. Me, I prefer...
Is there like a law of the universe that says the moment you leave your home, your fucking phone that you left inside will go off and you'll miss a call? Like, seriously? It's actually to the point of spooky at this point.
No. All the time. All the time.
All the time for me. The moment I step foot outside the door, fucking 50 calls. And they're all calls I've been waiting for, right? Those are the
lockpicks. At least I know these little fellas won't backfire.
Lockpicking is a fun hobby, by the way. Even if you don't plan to break into houses. All right, let's get that rotary phone.
Mike, it's confirmed. Razor is a furry. Oh, thank you. Very original.
Very wildly original.
I had to run an errand, but I'll be back in no time.
You made a crappy impression, and now Sonia has second thoughts about you.
I refuse to believe that woman can carry a thought.
Zebeda, by the way, saw Accept Live. They blew me away.
Accept are amazing live even now.
I never found my lockpicks. Maybe I wouldn't have gone back to the gym. All hell was about to break loose.
Lazy Man, since
It's amazing too, like there are bands today that are influenced by Accept. Beyond the obvious ones like Sabaton. Fucking, do you think Rammstein with their coordinated stage movements and fucking the military regalia and all that shit. Do you think that band happens without Accept? Those guys suck Accept's dick, and they don't really admit it, but Rammstein are 100% influenced by Accept. First time I saw one of their stage shows, I'm like, oh, I see.
The gym could wait.
Is that a Dalmatian?
Stream is looking a bit fuzzy. At least he didn't say furry.
Right.
Lazy man, since Washington really didn't want to be president, who would have been a good first president?
Oh, here we go. Oh, interesting.
But a good detective would have better.
That's a pretty cool little lockpicking system, actually. Oh! What the fuck? A fucking buffalo?
Hit you like that, you know you're onto something. It's only fair to show.
Oh, this is gonna suck. Dude, I have noticed the
novels.
Oh dear God. I have noticed the button mash inputs are unforgiving.
When someone hits you like that, you know you're onto something.
All right, let's see.
It's only fair to show some gratitude.
Dude. Yeah, you don't have much time to mash like the Dickens.
My wife just called me. I owe you one. Now leave before my partner. Damn cat.
Ah!
Colbert.
You must fight strong, like the buffalo.
Right.
How about this? For every wrong answer, I'm gonna give it to you with this club. Deal?
Are you aware you have horns?
Didn't we just witness your lack of aim?
Wrong answer. First, well, second question. What the hell are you doing here?
Weren't you gonna hit me? I'm still waiting for the blows.
No!
Happy? Seriously. What the hell are you doing here?
What's this? What is this? What in the hell is this? Okay. What am I doing? This is like an... What? Am I analyzing? I'm not entirely sure. This is probably where I regret not turning on the tutorial, because what the hell?
Cat sense, detective vision.
I guess?
Now, where were we? What the hell are you doing here?
I don't know what that does.
I'm a private eye. Sonia Dunn hired me to find Bobby Yale.
I hate detectives. Seriously, what the hell are you doing here?
I swear I'm a detective.
And I swear I hate detectives. One more time. What the hell are you doing here?
Well, what the fuck? What does this do? Oh, you're supposed to pull the... Okay. You have to, like, focus in. Ah. What is that?
Shamrock? Is he Irish?
It's an Irish buffalo.
An Irish buffalo. Something else I can zoom in on, and I'm not sure what it is. Okay, no?
I don't deserve this. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
It should start to swell any moment now.
Okay. I see.
Seriously, what the hell are you doing here?
Are you of Irish descent?
I've got an Irish boss, just like my friend Colbert here. I'm sure the name O'Leary rings a bell, right?
Like the buffalo.
Desmond O'Leary. If you live in New York City, You've certainly heard of the richest bookie in town. After everything that's happened, I was beginning to feel like this case was finally moving forward.
Wrong answer.
Ow.
But I was wrong.
I'm not gonna stand here and listen to you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever
Now.
known.
I know your friend Colbert and his wife.
Now he wants to insult you. All right, then. He's all yours. All right. Now it's your turn. I'll call the boss.
I want you to yell like I'm beating the crap out of you, okay?
Desmond, we caught some damn detective snooping around Bobby Yale's place. Yeah, hired by Dunn's daughter. Safe and sound? What do you mean, exactly? Oh, sure. Will do. Colbert, stop hitting him, you beast.
What a shame. We were just getting to know each other.
A cat with human teeth.
Right?
This is so weird.
I think he's got little fangs. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Jeff, I accidentally left my seashell in a room with Kanye West music playing. Now when I hold it to my ear, I don't hear the ocean. I hear a voice repeatedly saying, "The numbers are exaggerated."
What? What? What in the hell are... Oh my god, it's the gorilla.
Popa? I'll just call you Popa. Thank you for the 5. Lazy Vigilante. Hey, Razor, I got into 40K. Thoughts on the salamanders?
I don't care. And why would you get into 40K at this late juncture when it's down in the shitter?
Justice. Just finished Halo 4, the entire campaign. And boy, 343 really did just spit in my face and smiled about it.
Did they? I believe... Did we do a face-off between Halo 4 and the Call of Duty du jour that year?
Oh my god.
Or did we just put it on a top 5 turds list? I can't remember. I know we covered Halo 4.
I think it was a face-off.
I don't think it was a full review. I think it was one of the face-offs.
It was either Call of Duty or Battlefield.
Right. Okay, so the footsteps lead out here.
Alexander Ferris, thank you for the 20.
Let's see.
What's this game about? Cat crime or something?
Here we go.
Lord Squirrel Show. A good rainy afternoon to you, fellas. Are you ready for the 20-something identical super chats about Crowder?
Good morning, sir.
I know I sure am.
Good morning to you.
Is that a camel? Are you a camel?
John Blacksad, Private Eye. Would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Not at all. Proceed, Your Honor.
Were you here on Sunday?
I thought he was a goat.
Yes, indeed.
He's
kind
blind.
Prince. I came down to watch TV after having run the New York City Marathon in record time.
That's not a
Sorry
llama.
about your conditions.
Excuse me. What condition? My sobriety? Oh, worry not, kind prince.
Don't trust China, China's asshole.
It just so happens that you can, apple of my eye, do this old man a favor and bring him some sustenance.
All right.
All right.
Mage leader. I think the murderer did it.
Right.
On Pawpuss.
I might just be the last person in New York without a TV.
Now, if he was an Asian cat, would that make him I mean, what? What? That's not...
Maybe that's how I should spend the bribe money.
Okay, so we're late enough in the 40s that televisions are becoming a thing.
Thomas, thoughts on Star Wars being a leftist allegory?
I mean, George Lucas was clearly a leftist. He came out of that whole San Francisco zoetrope. What was it called? American Zoetrope, I think it was called. That whole collective of filmmakers that were kind of hippies that were sort of trying to become mainstream at the same time. So, like, there's no mistaking George Lucas's politics. But I don't think it was allegorical. I don't think Star Wars was allegorical left-wing. I actually think because he was so inspired by a bunch of shit that had come before. I mean, he was copying so liberally from, no pun intended, from things like Flash Gordon, that it's like almost the worldview of those things wound up in his work more so than his own in some ways. He did, however, in the prequels. There was some clunky Iraq War allegory that didn't work at the time and works better now for the anti-Trump establishment, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so this feller needs some sustenance. It's too bad there's not a refrigerator right here that I could check.
Gear Town.
What do I got here?
Keep your ID at hand, Razor. Wouldn't want to be mistaken for a cat burglar.
Oh, stop. Oops. I keep
10 Goober, thank you for the 10.
accidentally hitting that. Look around. I keep getting these. Yep.
Lord Umbra, if he was an Asian cat, that would make him dinner.
It's all in the numbers.
No. That would be if he's an Asian dog.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
Terrence Van Loo, if you could do a watch along without getting copyright claimed, what movie would you choose first?
I already did a watch along without getting copyright claimed. We watched Dread on Twitch. That's why you guys got to subscribe on Twitch. Every now and then we do some different shit.
Gamma, thank you for the 10.
Somebody was really, really, really painstaking and also had the exact same handwriting as all the other people who did graffiti. Okay, let's look around.
Michael McLeod, thoughts on Golden Age Superman?
It's okay.
Smells like paint.
Paint? Oh boy. Arctic Nation! Holy shit! Holy fuck! I'll never look at a polar bear the same way again. That's amazing.
Did they? Is this like something that's...
The South Pole will rise again!
Is this something actually from the comics, or did they take liberties?
I think this is in the comics. Oh, that's great. That is fucking amazing. Oh, no. There we go.
Of course.
see here.
Noah.
Okay. I think I can pick this lock. Am I going to have a mini game here, or is he just going to pick it? He just picked it.
Noah, he says he loved your Lincoln video, and we already talked about what he's going to do with the people who try to say shit about it. There's a part 2 coming, people. Watch out for it.
Oh, there may be a part 2. If, like I said, the counter arguments were pretty fucking weak. I mean, look, if you watched last week's stream, I basically predicted the exact approach that would be taken. I said they're going to focus on niggling details like, you know, the kind of errors that you make when you're speaking extemporaneously. Like when I said, for example, and I caught this after the fact. This is the kind of thing that happens when you're not scripted, when you work from a bullet point outline. I knew that Napoleon III had offered to broker a peace between South and North. So France had offered to broker a peace between the South and the North, and Lincoln had rebuffed them, just as he had rebuffed the Confederate Peace Commission. And I had been talking about Alexis de Tocqueville, and I conflated Napoleon III and Alexis de Tocqueville. Alexis de Tocqueville died in 1860, so the Civil War hadn't happened yet. I think he did, before his death, offer to try and ameliorate the secession crisis on some. I believe he made some sort of overture in that regard. But I just confused Napoleon III and Alexis de Tocqueville. And then they make that that's a hinge point of your entire argument. But yeah, if you watch the stream I did last week, I'm like, I can already predict what they're gonna do. They're gonna focus on me misspeaking or a typo in a fucking quote or whatever, and use that as if it's the fulcrum upon which my entire argument fucking hinges. And sweet Jesus, it's like I scripted their fucking vacuous video.
What the fuck? How does this keep happening?
And it's a cat too, so it works on a lot of levels.
Speaking of the last stream,
Yeah.
Happily Lonely, what happened to the Fire Emblem stream?
Oh, fucking copyright claims.
Will it be on Bitchute or Odysee?
Usually it gets auto uploaded to those platforms. Let's see here.
The racist brain is so full of hatred.
Oh, wow.
that there's no space for trifles such as common sense or, say, spelling. But this most cultured writer spotted the error and attempted to correct it. Not sure what to make of the outcome.
That's great.
Generalissimo Liberty, please, for the love of God, do a Nixon video.
Yeah, I'm no fan of Nixon. Oh, that looks familiar.
What the hell? Jake, give me one good reason not to smash in your face. What the hell are you doing in my locker?
I think you're hiding something, Jake.
I thought we were friends, John.
Off me.
You're a big fucking gorilla.
People really pay money to see this stuff.
Fuck you. I'm gonna go right back to it. I'm gonna go right back to that shit.
Keaton Kitsune, thoughts on William Friedkin's Sorcerer?
Are you talking about the movie from the 80s?
Perhaps. Let me look it up.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I might just be having a boomer brain fart.
1977 American thriller film starring Roy Scheider. Have I watched this?
John, I told you to buzz off.
Yeah, it is a movie, but I've never seen it.
That's interesting. Okay, so you kind of have a, what's it called in the Sherlock Holmes games? The Mind Palace?
Let's see. Gamma.
His locker is full of surprises. There's a stained towel in Arthur Tucker's locker. He got me mad. Well, yeah, because he's got the fucking shamrock. Who do the footprints belong to? Okay, I need to find food to give to that bum. And I'm wondering where I would find that. Probably not in a gym.
Yeah, is this one of those games where you're going to be going back and forth between places?
I don't know. I don't know. It is less linear than I expected.
Take your damn clothes off.
It's not that kind of furry game, guys.
Gamma, unrelated, but I got a box set of Generation Kill, a series by the guy who did The Wire for $4.
Oh, preachy dog shit. I hate that fucking thing.
If you watched it, and what do you think?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
Hey, it's me again. Thing is, Joe Dunn's daughter hired me.
All right, thanks, Joe. But I still don't get it. Any signs of foul play?
His pupil, Bobby Yale. No one's seen him since Dunn hanged himself.
Well, his coach killed himself a few weeks before his big fight. Must be drowning his bad luck in booze in some gutter somewhere.
So, are you gonna help me?
Anyway, I'm afraid I don't have anything useful to share. And it seems like you don't either. But if you do find something, give me a call.
We've been friends for a long time.
And you think this is what two friends talk about on the phone? Good to hear from you, John. Take care.
What a dick. All right, well.
Metalhead Madman. Had to step away from the stream. Was my super chat read yet? No, not yet. John, I should probably know but by now, but thoughts on the Crowder drama? We already talked about that, but thank you. Sideburns. Favorite murder mystery show from the UK and US?
From the UK? From the UK. I watched a little bit of that show, Luther, and it wasn't bad. With fucking Idris Elba. But there's better shows than that. What's the mystery show? I think it was on BBC. I forget who it starred. That was about the guy who, it's like set during World War II, and he's like military investigations type of a thing. I forget what the fuck that show is called, but I've watched a lot of episodes on it. It was on PBS for a while here in America, and I watched quite a bit of that. I'm blanking on the name because it was years ago. It's been years since it was on. But as far as American mystery shows,
Foyle's War?
Foyle's War, thank you.
Or Doyle's War? I don't know which one.
I think it's Foyle's War. Foyle.
Yeah.
I believe. But anyways,
American, you got your choice.
Yeah. I mean, Philip Marlowe, Private Eye, HBO show, fucking amazing with Powers Booth. Just some of the best Chandler adaptations there ever have been.
Columbo, a lot of people are saying. I was a fan of Poirot.
Is that a show?
Yeah. Hercule Poirot.
Miss Dunn.
Isn't that a collection of TV movies?
If to help you
Well,
find
oh,
Jay,
yeah, but
go
it's from
ahead.
the UK. And American, I would have to go like... Fuck. Columbo's good, but...
What's in those papers?
As a kid, I was raised on like
Red tape.
Father Dowling's mysteries.
If you find something, please let me know.
I thought you were the detective. You do your job, and I'll do mine.
All right.
Did you get
And of
along with
course,
Bobby Yale?
Matlock.
Matlock's a great show.
Yeah.
So is Murder, She Wrote.
Okay. Forget it.
I wouldn't give a damn about him if it weren't for this stupid Jim his stupid fight is supposed to save. Happy?
What do you think about Mary, the cleaning lady?
Can't say. I barely know her. And I'm not one who's quick to judge other people.
What can you tell me about Jake?
I thought you were friends. Guess I was wrong. He and my father were friends, so don't go down that road.
Did you and your father get along?
Let's just say our relationship got better when I left for Sunny University. An 8-hour drive from here.
Meaning?
I'll lay it out for you, Mr. Blacksad. My father, Joe Dunn, disappeared the day my mother died. He became a shell of himself. Joe Dunn, my legal guardian. A man who gave me food, shelter, clothing, and an education. And that's more than you need to know.
All right.
And he mixed wet
That's
food
it
in
for
with
now.
my dry food.
All right.
You don't like
Always
it,
cleaning my
but there's
cat
something you need
box.
to know.
I'm all ears.
Here we go.
This must be tough, but it's no excuse to treat me like that.
Duly noted, Mr. Blacksad.
Fucking bitch. Oh, wait. File of facts. File of facts.
A poor horse abused by Shank. Razor stopped getting game recommendations from Taryn. Fuck you.
Dunn kept files on the gym's staff and clients. Name, address, and date of birth.
Interesting.
Mage Leader, if you want a good mystery show, ITV made a great adaptation of the Father Brown stories back in the 70s, I think. It's very good.
I'd like to take a look inside.
You have
that
the right
safe.
to be dead.
Could you give me the combination?
I'd love to help you, but my mother's birthday used to be the combination, but I already tried it.
Why does that keep coming up? And why did you put it in there? Goop, thank you for the 5. Frank Doublemint, Public Dick Razor, and Privates Investigator Taryn. The Great Scalzini, hot take, the late Silver Age and Bronze Age was more a golden age for comics than the Golden Age. Thoughts?
Not what the sales
Dunn
numbers
kept
say.
files on the gym's staff and clients. Name, address, and date of birth.
Okay, but that doesn't help me because you're not telling me the date of birth, which is probably what would help me crack this safe. Interesting. Use Sonia's date of birth?
Could you tell me your birthday
Of course, March 6th.
and the year?
I'm 24, Mr. Blacksad. You do the math.
No luck.
Unless she's lying about her age.
You didn't turn it left to right. You would think the file of facts would be for this. You would think so.
Dragoon, what happened to the Fire Emblem stream?
Dunn kept files
What do you
on
think?
gym's
Yeah,
staff and
interesting.
clients.
I didn't get anything new from that. Huh,
Address
strange.
And date of birth.
Truck stop Santa Claus.
All right, let's look
Furry.
around.
That is all.
Step it.
Aaron, I'm glad we get to watch a stream this Friday with Razor Fur and Terran Shell.
Maybe workshop that a little.
Yeah.
Someone should
Adrian,
try and
Hail
find
Razor
out
just
this
bought Blacklisted by History. Thanks.
Nice. Very good book. You'll enjoy that.
Use your cat deduction
pattern.
skills,
Good place
Razor.
to spy on Sonya.
Creepy.
Samurai Knight. First weeb games, now furry. What's next? Dating games?
I just did Fire Emblem.
It says you're a heretic.
Wait, you did just play Fantasy War Waifu Dating Sim, Three
Right.
Houses. But love your Lincoln vid.
Godspeed. All right. I don't know. I didn't think Fire Emblem Three Houses was any more dating simish than the previous ones. They've all been that way a little bit.
Terran Gill would have landed.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, I feel like
El Panther, give us a nice ooh-woo, Razor.
Ooh-woo.
And clip it.
Okay.
Terrence Van Loo, your video was almost entirely primary sources, and utterly uncontroversial ones at that. Generalissimo Liberty. RazörFist!
This is weird. Okay.
Dapper Helljumper, Isanzo has made me buy a Vetterly.
Nice!
Wow.
Dude, my local gun store has a Vetterly. I have been resisting the temptation to buy it for like
Is it a sport model?
For the no. No, it's a full-length fucking military rifle.
Oh.
Yeah. I hate sporterized guns.
Yeah, me too.
So fucking ugly. Huh. Okay, well, maybe let's try some deductions. Maybe that's what I'm missing.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take this fucking thing out to shoot clay pigeons, right? Charvale says you're missing something between the chairs.
Between the chairs.
Grabbed a beer between the chairs.
Something fishy about done suicide. No. You know what? Paint. Okay, paint and then footprints, maybe. Nope.
Don't trust
Nope.
China. China is asshole.
Not
This
so
game
much.
is scheduled for Victus Matter because they'll be late anyway. Introducing the tag team champions from Phoenix, Arizona, weighing in
Arizona.
a combined weight of 345 pounds, RazörFist and Terranjal.
I there's no way we only weigh that.
I left it ambiguous.
Right. There's no way.
I'll go ahead and read that one. Viewer newest, thank you for the 100.
You know, I might. And he doesn't have anything to say to me.
Jeez, Jake.
Damn it!
Oops. Yeah, I don't think he's going to tell me anything else. What's up?
Viewer newest, thank you for the 100. Of all the feeds on all of YouTube, you had to show up in mine. Bad attempted noir jokes aside, loved your Lincoln video. God effing speed.
God fucking speed and Casablanca isn't a noir. And yes, I realize I quoted it earlier.
Joseph Smith, gotta love all the
Nothing back
fanboys jumping on your Lincoln video. Near constant lost cause or misinformation in the comments.
Which is hilarious, like... Alright. Okay, here we go. No, I don't want to look at that again. Okay, I'm going to try to split real quick.
What was between the chairs or something?
Yeah, what chairs?
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
How long ago was that super chat sent?
It wasn't a super chat, it was just somebody in the comments.
Okay. Then it might have been in the office. So let me check in the office real quick.
Roof chairs?
Roof chairs. Okay. Roof chairs. I didn't even... Okay. Oh, between those. No, I think I already got that. But let me double check.
Woof chairs. He's a cat, guys. Not a dog. Brian, kicking myself for not rating you. God tier game.
Yeah. See, I already got this. Was it maybe I needed to look around? Something that I missed? No. No, I got this.
Copper Owl.
I got that already.
Hello, Captain Fist and Cabin Boy Gel.
It does look like there was blood there, but he didn't say anything about it, so I don't know what the fuck.
Need a F-off Western revolver for poker-themed bandits. Already got a Lamat, Nagant, and Smith & Wesson carbine. Going to bed. All right, good night.
All right, then I may just split because I don't know. I'm. Seems like I need to get food for that bum, so I probably need to leave.
Oh yeah,
and go find some. Maybe there's a diner or something around. Let me see. Can I go, or am I fucking stuck here?
Hello, Mithrin.
It doesn't appear that I can.
Oh yeah, how often can you use your cat sense? Does that come in handy?
It was it only popped up during the dialogue sequence. Whoa! Sir? Are you aware that your breed was so overbred that you can barely fucking walk?
Mary Purnell, the person who found Dunn's body, works a block away from the gym. I'm certain she can give me the kind of information that...
Hey!
Ah!
That's where you going, you jerk?
See, he doesn't have human teeth.
You looking for trouble, moron?
Fuck off.
You better watch it.
Go to hell, man. You better not show your face around here.
It's New York. Yeah, see, he has cat fangs. He doesn't have people teeth.
Huh. So Ubisoft, thank you for the 2. Crusader Saracen. This is so noir, it reminds me of The Witcher 3, which according to extra credits is also noir.
Hey, if all the lights are out because your head is jammed up your ass like extra credits, does that make extra credits noir? Fucking sphincter noir? What the fuck?
And there you go. We'll miss you at Sam's Diner.
Up, diner! Nothing's finer than staying at your diner.
Welcome to Sam's Diner. What can I get for you?
Blacksad, Private Eye.
That was the creepiest smirk he gave
I
her.
need to ask you some questions about Joe Dunn.
Sure, but I'm working right now. Maybe later?
I only see one customer sitting at the counter, and he's asking for your cooperation.
And then she's got human-like hair.
Right.
All right.
I've got to stop.
Right.
Is your Lincoln video technically noir?
All right.
What kind of boss was Joe Dunn?
A good one. Always paid on time, never raised his voice. If I asked for the day off, he even cleaned the gym.
How was Joe Dunn outside the gym?
I wouldn't know. I only saw him at the gym or right there. That was his spot. I think everyone liked him.
Can you tell me?
Oh, she's the chick from the beginning who found him.
I thought I was alone. I clean early in the morning before Mr. Dunn comes in.
Oh,
so you
she's
have
the
keys to
maid.
gym.
Yes, of course. There was paint on the floor, so I thought it'd be a busy morning. And then I saw him, hanging there, like a baby mobile over a crib. Then I think I
Or
panicked.
like a dead body hanging from a noose.
When I calmed down, I called the police and waited outside. Sorry, that's all I can say.
Don't worry. But if you remember anything else, let me know. Thanks, but I still don't get why he'd commit suicide.
The butler did it!
That was pretty good in the chat. I wonder if she listens to Lincoln Perk.
I don't have kids, but
That
it has to
was
be
good?
really hard.
You had to be there.
I had to be there and have severe head trauma.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be. The gym didn't really get that dirty lately.
His wife died years ago. Maybe he never got over it.
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe he did. That was a long time ago.
Or maybe he got over it with you.
What can you tell me about Sonia Dunn?
I barely know her, but she looks like a smart girl, poor thing.
Can I have a hamburger? Oh yeah, I need food for that
Can
bum.
I have a hamburger, please?
Oh, sure. Regular or cheese?
Oh shit. Is he gonna balk if I put cheese on this thing? I'm getting cheese. I don't give a shit.
She tosses cheese at his head, and he just freezes.
You want fries? A drink?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that
typical
fair to
cat
you?
snubbing dinner.
One cheeseburger to go, Sam.
Okay.
Good.
I wonder, are there actual sheeple?
Yes. Huh.
They look puffy and tired. Sleepless nights, hectic days, or has she been crying? Perhaps all of the above.
Ha. What's the name tag say? No? Huh?
Smells
Something
like
on her neck?
cinnamon. No, cinnamon and burgers.
Maybe she works at a Dunkin' too? I don't know.
So if she's making a burger, cows aren't people? But we saw a bison.
Bro, animals eat cows now. This is not an incongruity.
Okay.
Animals have always eaten other animals.
It's so weird. Never mind. I gotta stop.
Her handwriting is nice and neat.
So she'll never be a doctor.
The Fly Attractor, thank you for the 20. Just learned that two of my favorite franchises are possibly getting some attention. Should I hold out hope for them, or just give up now, knowing that modern Hollywood will F them up and over? They are Lobo and Biker Mice from Mars.
They're doing Biker Mice from Mars. What, the movie? There we go. I wasn't done questioning her. There were still questions to ask. You bitch about the cheese, I'm gonna be pissed.
All right, I'll let you enjoy your meal.
4 people used the back door that very same night.
What?
Well, I might be blind as a bat, but as you can certainly see, I have 2 wonderfully functional ears.
4 people used the back door 2 days ago?
Yeah, that's right.
Who was the first person to use the back door?
Someone big unlocked the door, stepped inside, then came right back out.
Who was the second person to use the back door?
A man. just a few minutes after the first person. He came back out muttering, "Ungrateful bastard." Then he threw something in the trash and walked back in. Oh, no, wait. Before that, he gave me a coin. A coin? I mean, do I look like I need spare change, huh? I mean, I'm staying at the million-star hotel, for God's sake.
Who was the third person to use the back door?
Judging by the quiet footsteps, I'd say it was someone small. I'd say it was about 30 minutes after the second person came out. Whoever it was threw something in the trash and stood in front of me for a moment. Then I heard a click. And finally, I heard trailing laughter in that direction.
Who was the fourth person to use the back door?
Someone big. I recall heavy breathing. The person left in a hurry, running in that direction.
Busy fucking Jim.
And of course, the only witness is blind.
Right. Let's look at this dude. Let's see here. Let's see.
H.P. Lovecraft, thank you for the 20. Happy Friday.
I wonder what it's like to be blind. Would I cope?
All right.
Loved the Lincoln video, and I've started reading DiLorenzo's books.
Could he have been a train conductor?
All right.
The bits about Lincoln installing mercantilism explain so much about the world we live in now.
They really
Looks like
do.
someone used it as a punching ball.
I mean, essentially, Lincoln comes from the same school of thought as Hamilton. It's like we rebelled against England, and then the first thing they wanted to do was install the English monetary system. It's like, talk about missing the entire point of the Revolutionary War. Oh.
Blind and legless. How does he get by?
Legolas.
Without insulin.
Suitcase? What suitcase?
Yeah, he's got the thing from...
There's a chest expander in your cart.
A what expander?
A thingamajig with 3 springs.
Oh, the thingamajig with springs. Oh, I got it from the trash back there.
Where did you get that paint can?
In the trash can in the back. A paint can and a thingamajig with springs. What a night!
You were acting a bit strange before, but now you seem fine. Why is that?
Hey, you got great vision, sense of smell, and hearing. Why is that?
Well, I'm a cat.
Well, I'm a goat.
What? Hey, that option still exists. Is there something I actually need to... I guess not.
That's all for now. Thanks.
Oh, you can't examine the suitcase?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
L Panther, thank you for the 20.
Yeah, this is essentially the deduction board from the Sherlock Holmes games or whatever.
Phasmophobia Noir. There I was, casing the home, a cold day, but I had cash to make, a sudden vaping in my ear. Then I saw her, neck twisted 180 degrees. Unlike the temps I was getting, I knew then this dame was trouble. That's pretty bad.
Someone threw a chest expander in the trash. No. No, I don't think so. Huh. Ah, finally a connection.
Why do you have that pen, Jake? What mess are you in?
Sensei Ryu. Hey guys, remember the time Razor played a werewolf game? And I said that would be the closest he'd ever get to playing a furry? Well, I stand corrected.
Oh, stop it.
Lore Master Noah.
I think this series predates the Fervert phenomenon, by the way. Let's see.
I don't know why. Something just doesn't add up.
Lore Master, I've been working on an indie RPG for years. That is like an homage to Daggerfall.
Okay, Jake.
I told you.
Desmond O'Leary.
Huh?
I know you work for him.
Now you're just making stuff up. Why would you say that?
I saw the shamrock in your locker. I know what it means.
Okay, let's say you're right. So what? What are you gonna do, huh?
I could tell your friend Sonia. Does she know?
Don't you dare. All right. You win, pussycat. Business isn't going that well lately. Natalia was my last well-paying job. And it's been a while. Then O'Leary shows up and offers me a bodyguard contract. What was I supposed to do?
You could have said no.
Bitch.
Yeah. Like you never take shady business.
I'd never take a job like that.
Hey, O'Leary might run an illegal gambling operation, but it's not like he's killing people or conning widows. And I'm just a bodyguard. I make sure no one gets hurt. What I do, including my contract and paycheck, is 100% legal. How bad can that be?
O'Leary pays you with dirty money, and you're part of a criminal organization. There's no two ways about it, but that's not what bothers me. I know you're covering up O'Leary's role in Joe Dunn's death.
Huh? O'Leary? No way. I mean, I don't think so.
Jake, please.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it now. I was here the day Dunn died.
Go on.
I had to take care of some business for O'Leary. He makes me wear the shamrock when I work for him. I left the damn thing in my locker.
Say no more. You came in the back door.
How did you... Yeah, Joe had mentioned he'd been painting that afternoon, but I forgot. I stopped in my tracks when I saw him screaming bloody murder at Bobby Yale at the top of the scaffold.
What exactly was he saying?
Something like, if you do that, I'll call off the fight and make sure you never set foot in this gym again. I didn't want them to see me, so I left.
Jake, why didn't you tell me?
See, I knew you'd be mad.
Obviously.
I'm sorry,
Don't
John.
disturb my friend.
I should have
He's
said
dead
something.
Don't worry. We all make mistakes. Time to go. I need to think about everything you just told me.
Thanks, John.
Well, that was illuminating.
Interesting.
It's already a pretty well-made kind of mystery game.
Mr.
I mean,
Coconut.
I like it more than the last couple of Sherlock Holmes games, to be honest.
Oh, this has got so much more going for it.
Yeah.
Taryn, I know it's an urban area, but you can't call them that. Filipino white boy.
Right.
I just wanted to say that Metal Gear, greater than Thief, Kojima's a genius. Hansi Kirsch did nothing wrong. The Iraq War was over oil, and Lincoln was the greatest president of all time.
Right.
That is all. Christian, thank you for all you do. Never liked Lincoln, and your video was an easy red pill to share with others. Sic semper tyrannis. Sergeant, any comment on the Daily Wire? We already talked about that. The real 10 men, if it hasn't been said already in a gruff voice. I'm Catman.
He does look very Batman-ish.
You know what? This was made before he passed.
I don't know what the
Kevin Conroy would have been perfect for the role, I think.
What is the chest expander for?
I don't even know what a chest expander is.
There's no connection between these two. You would think the guy who argued with... Okay, whatever. Oh, wait. Yes, there was a chest expander box.
The chest expander in the trash belongs to Yale.
Yale killed Dunn with the chest expander? And then hanged him afterward to cover it up?
Maybe as a Garrett? Sir Yubi-san. So my interpretation of... No, actually. I think I read that. Thank you for the 5. Jake the Snake. Hey, Razor, great Lincoln vid. Now do MLK Jr.
I already did a video on communists.
Lapco. Fun fact about the Lusitania. Despite the wreck being depth charged in World War II, in 82...
Which is not actually true.
In 82, they recovered a badly deteriorated reel of film, later identified as The Carpet from Baghdad, a lost 1915 silent film.
Really?
Oh.
I did not know that. But no, it was never depth charged that I'm aware of. That was a weird conspiracy theory rumor that went around, but it didn't actually happen. And it doesn't make sense if you actually think about it, because the whole story was that they depth charged the wreck because they confused it. On radar, it was being confused with German submarines in World War II, which, if you know anything about radar at all, makes no sense. It makes less than no sense. It's like bordering on ludicrous. The reason the wreck looks so bad is because it's in an area with really, really strong ocean current. Apparently this section of, what's it off the coast of Ireland, I believe, is like known for having just insane ocean currents. So the wreck of the Lusitania looks way worse than the wreck of the Titanic, which is... Titanic is way deeper in the water, and it's not a high current area. And the deeper you are in the water, the colder it is, so things don't decay quite as fast. And so the Titanic, even though it sank a couple of years before the Lusitania, looks a little better than it.
Paint can and paint stain?
I thought so, but I think I tried to combine those two, and it... Oh. Damn. It's the wrong color of paint. Yeah, it's the wrong color of paint for that.
Shlomo Bagelstein, welcome back.
Too late. And you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people in a body bag.
OGL 1.1. You're too low. Pull up. Pull up. No, it's fine. I've got it. Ah!
Oh. Wait. Jesus! 4? Maybe? Damn. Nope. Okay. Let's try this again. Jeez, it wants me to connect 4 things now. Connect 4. The shittiest fucking parlor game ever. What is... Paint stain.
Henry.
Stain towel? Nope. Damn, I think I'm missing a clue.
Stained towel and locker. You guys are just guessing now.
Yeah, I think you're just guessing.
Henry, I know you weren't interested in Resident Evil 8, but one of the unlockable weapons is a Wildy. Magnum.
Wildy.
And it's the most powerful weapon in the game.
Meganum. It's just not the same in first person.
Would you prefer third person?
In a Resident Evil game, yes.
Well, then you'll be happy to know that they added third person.
To what?
To Resident Evil 8.
As a mod?
No, as official release.
Why? Did people complain?
I don't know.
On Jim's staff and clients. Name.
I didn't know that.
And date of birth.
But yeah, if you wanted to get it, you could play it in the full thing in third person.
Okay.
The towel is
the
stained
plot.
red.
The plot would still be really lame, though. The towel was what?
Stained red.
Yeah. Maybe the letters on. Maybe the graffiti.
The towel and the slur. But did they try to wipe the slur? Is that what you're implying, guys?
Maybe. Oh yeah. You know what? There's a stained towel and the racial slur smeared. Boom! Thank you.
Arthur Tucker painted the racial
I thought that, but I was like, it kind of looked like blood. Okay.
Bobcat.
This deduction board works a little better than the other ones I've played in other games. Not that it's perfect, but...
Bobcat, I still say chest expander sounds like it's either an extremely bloody weapon or a pair of silicone inserts.
Oh. Uh-oh. No? Dunn wanted to call off the fight. Dunn had a strong argument with Yale. You would assume that would be what they argued about. Interesting.
John Hendy, I know Mastiffs are one of your favorite dog breeds.
Yes, sir.
Any cat breeds that you really like?
I like Russian Blues a lot.
He says Maine Coons are awesome. So are Siberian forest cats.
I may talk to her again. Maybe there's some dialogue options that have opened up now that I have made a few deductions. Oh. I did not consider.
Big, bright eyes. Looks well rested. Either she didn't mourn her father, or she really knows how to work that makeup.
Maybe the necklace?
Nice and steady heartbeat.
Oh yeah, he's a cat, isn't he? Nails?
Something to the right.
Ah.
What the?
What's wrong?
Someone's taking pictures from the rooftop.
Are you sure?
I'll go take a look.
Interesting.
Who's that rope for, Miss
Of course it's a fox.
Naturally. Shouldn't there be a hipster trying to domesticate you on Instagram?
Oh, he's a weasel?
Don't change the subject. You
Is he?
sad little...
Why don't we settle this over ice cream?
Oh, yeah, he might be.
Just like in the good old days.
How did you get up here? I don't want anyone to see you.
101 Elric. My favorite part of the Lincoln video was when John Wilkes Booth said, "It's boothing time," and started boothing all over Lincoln's corpse.
Something that makes them special. That makes them worth knowing. Foul-smelling Weekly is no exception. No matter what he does, it's impossible to stay mad at him for too long.
This bourbon shake is delicious. Want to taste?
You know I don't like milk.
You're lost.
Well, that answers the super chatter from earlier.
Gym to his daughter, which makes her the first woman to run a boxing gym, I think.
Hashtag Dunn didn't kill himself.
What? Do you have a suspect? Any leads?
No, it's just a hunch. Although... I haven't identified the murderer just yet.
But let's get the shifty eyes.
Oh,
No,
they
it
have
doesn't really
pancakes.
matter. It's just a hunch. I wouldn't bet my life on it. I've got other suspects, like O'Leary, the bookmaker.
Desmond O'Leary? The same O'Leary who used to date Helen Moore? America's sweetheart? Now that's a woman.
And then there's the Wallace. Who was that guy?
Come on. You've never heard of Frank Cassidy? The president of the Boxing Managers Association?
Who's also Stone's agent, Bobby Yale's rival.
Hey, he might have a motive, right? He might know something about Dunn's death, right?
I decided to ask Weekly to investigate Cassidy. My reasons? Weekly was right. Cassidy could have had a motive to kill Dunn. Weekly had already proven to be nosy. The farther I kept him from the gym, the better. But with Weekly, you just never know what the best approach might be. Should I give him an order or a subtle suggestion? Yeah, you might be right about Cassidy. But, it won't be easy to make him talk. He seems like a pretty tough cookie. Only a thorough and efficient detective could pull it off. But the problem is, I already got enough on my plate.
You're a lucky man, John Blacksad.
I don't follow.
You just found the thorough detective you need.
Oh, of course. What a great idea. How did I not think of you?
That fucking Sunday is the size of his head.
Yeah.
Do me a favor.
He also hasn't touched it.
Tell Simon
Right.
Dunn that a legendary journalist from What's News wants an interview.
Weekly, please.
Well, if not,
He's like
bye-bye,
drinking that out of a vase.
You know, there's a third option. What if I tell Sonia to sue you for spying on her?
you wouldn't.
Try me.
Okay, you win.
Blackmail sad.
JFK shot first. Thoughts on Panzer Dragoon?
It's cool.
So,
And Mage Leader,
was
think of
there
it to
really
20.
someone on the roof?
Yeah, but he was faster than me. I couldn't get my hands on him.
A fast spy and a slow detective. This must be my lucky day.
Mage Leader, thank you for the 20. This game gives me Grim Fandango vibes.
It is very, very Grim Fandango. You're absolutely right.
If you haven't played it, you should. More comedic in tone, but with a lot of good callbacks to film noir.
Yeah,
in
I've
both
played
the story and soundtrack.
I've
yeah.
played it many times.
Great game.
All right. Is there any? Did he leave anything behind or anything that I need to check out?
I want to imagine Weekly falling from up here.
I imagine that would have been a game over, right?
No, probably that would have just been a fork in the road.
Elder Chicken, what is your opinion on the movie My Dinner with Andre?
I haven't seen it. I don't know much about it.
Squeaks, the type of people who watch and make YouTube video essays should be hunted for sport.
The response video thing from the God that got out of hand in like 2012, 2011. Fucking people who are still making a response video, like picture-in-picture response videos in fucking 2012.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously,
I
dude.
know what the age.
Of course,
that you're
looking
talking
at the
about.
fucking the goddamn gray goatee on that boomer Bolshevik, I assume he's pretty much trapped in 1912. But
This is my response video to this guy's criticism,
dude,
of my opinion on those were all over the place.
And pausing every 2 minutes. It's like watching a movie with a really annoying guy. Yeah, I don't know how any of this connects. Okay, I'll look around a little more.
I swear to God, at some point YouTube was just people making 5-minute Call of Duty videos and then response videos.
Right.
Like, that was it.
Actually, I probably should have, before I left there, I probably should have talked to her one more time. Let's see. A run button would not go amiss here.
Seth, thank you for inspiring me to start a YouTube channel and podcasts to support a charity that helps provide for Purple Heart recipients. It's going well,
What did he want?
and we're receiving lots of
Remember the
donations.
fight
Godspeed.
That needs to take place in order to save this gym?
Well, Cassidy manages Yale's rival, Stone, the reigning champion.
If Bobby doesn't show up, he'll lose money. Maybe not a lot, but enough to care.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, you're really busting ass there, I can say.
Lampshade, probably already talked about it already, but Crowder, yeah, we already talked about it. Elder Chicken, I experienced that with Sly Cooper.
Nothing new.
Name, address, and date of birth.
The first game literally has a level that has anthro dogs alongside regular quadruple dogs leashed to posts.
Use a random combination. This is not going to work.
Pissing goblins.
I just want to see the game where a random safe combination works.
The password is password.
Right.
Metalhead Madman, thank you for the 20.
Let's get down here.
Thanks to you, I'm getting into Legacy of Kain. Which
Yes,
one
sir.
is your favorite?
Probably the original Soul Reaver. Okay. That's the bell.
Try 0451. I don't think he can actually input.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. You can't. Okay, maybe check in with the police chief. I do have some new information. And possibly he can push my investigation forward.
Midnight Insanity. How bad do you think the recession is going to get, especially for gaming studios?
Oh, what do you mean? We're not in a recession. Oh, come on.
I think I have a new lead on the Dunn case. I went to Yale's place and ran into O'Leary's men. They were waiting for him.
Well, it's only normal. They run an illegal gambling operation. If a fight's canceled, they lose money. I'd love to take a swing at O'Leary, but we can't base the case on a hunch.
I'm not finished yet. I think I have a new lead on the Dunn case. I found racial slurs painted on the lockers at Dunn's gym. He was pretty open-minded about racial issues. Maybe his death had something to do with that.
John, half of the crimes in this city have racial ramifications, unless you have solid proof that it wasn't suicide. My hands are tied.
You're gonna like what I have to tell you about the Dunn case.
Do I want to sell out the other guy? Not yet.
I think that's it.
Yeah. I don't want to feed him to the cops just yet. Maybe there's a deduction I can make. Maybe. Okay. There are cards with staff information on Dunn's table.
Formax Smiley, thank you for the 5. John Ski, thank you for the 5. Elder Chicken, thank you for the 10.
No. Okay. Paint stain.
Idle Drifter, there's ice cream in Zootopia, right? So who's getting milked?
Again, animals drink animal milk. All right.
Court's adjourned.
Strong argument with Jake. Okay.
The man with no name called Wyatt Nelson.
Yeah, that
Are you
doesn't
guys
make
going to
any
try the Dead Space remake?
Okay. I'm not particularly motivated to. Comes out next week, correct?
Yes.
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Okay. What were the 3 that fit together here? Try this again. Someone threw a paint can in the trash. Okay, there we go. Something fishy about his suicide.
Mr. Lemurman, this discussion reminds me of when you mentioned the Khajiit.
No.
And how they are born different based on the moon. Does their intelligence vary?
Alright, here we go. Maybe the chest expander belonging to Yale, if the fucking controller will go there. Nope! Huh! Weird. Yeah, maybe I just am lacking evidence. I don't know what I need to find. Let's see what I can do about this. If I can.
Millennial Dissident. Enlighten certain events. Glad to support you on Unauthorized.
Yes, sir.
How can you hate Ben Shapiro so much? I thought you had a soft spot for dwarves.
All right. That's more of a hobbit, honestly. If we're talking proportion. Did you know his wife is a Dr. Hobbit?
The Llama Guru just asking when the signed copies of Death Mask will come out.
Damn. I'd forgotten that Jake used to work for Natalia. This proves I was right. It's too soon to move
on. Sorry, what was that?
When the signed copies of Death Mask will come out.
They're working on it right now. Apparently there was actually an issue with the publisher getting the guy who's supposed to send them out getting, you know, all the shipping and everything handled for them. It was a issue with the bank, actually. I'm taking care of it actually personally right now, so should be in the next week. Really annoying, and I appreciate you guys' patience, but you're gonna get an extra little surprise with your order as an apology for having to wait so long.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's just like every single turn trying to get this book out to you people. There's some fucking hurdle. It's really annoying.
Danny numero 6. I know you're not a big Metallica fan, but what do you think of Death Magnetic?
That was kind of an album that was just sort of there for me.
What do you mean, you people?
Weekly.
Stealth Creations, Stream Pitch, Bioshock Infinite, but with mods to change the character skins and or models. Who would you change out Booker with? Elizabeth? The bird?
Okay.
Sorry, there is no mod that will improve that game.
Yeah, I do not know what to do. Okay, you know what? I'm going to split. Because it doesn't look like there's anything for me here. I'll talk to the gorilla one last time, see if he has anything else to say, but I doubt it. And then I will split, because I clearly need to go somewhere and get more information.
Thanks, pal.
So, what else can you tell me about Dunn's death?
Well, not much. My memory's not what it used to be.
Oh, there we go.
Do you remember anything?
Okay, he does have more to tell me.
Yale's argument?
No, not really, no. Only Joe yelling. If you do, I'll call off the fight and kick you out of the gym.
Dunn wasn't black, but he allowed you and Bobby Yale to train here.
Yeah, this was the
China,
first
China.
integrated
I have
gym
to have
in the
my
city.
China, because China.
You've seen the graffitis, right?
China.
Get my hands on that bastard.
I happen to know who painted the lockers. Arthur Tucker.
I knew it. I knew it was him, that bastard. I'm gonna whip the white out of him.
Do you have any idea where Bobby Yale could be?
Not a clue.
I dropped by Bobby Yale's apartment. I think he might be involved with O'Leary, the bookmaker.
You sure? Yale had some dark years, no doubt, but Dunn turned him into a decent guy. I'm no detective, but I wouldn't follow that lead.
You said Yale joined a gang back in the day? Know which one?
Hell, I don't know, John. This is New York City. There are more gangs than people.
No lie detected.
If Yale's gonna fight the reigning champion, he's got a big career ahead of him.
He hasn't lost a single fight since he turned pro. The little bastard beat the socks off me a few years back.
Do you know any of his relatives?
His father, Avenarius.
Avenarius? The boxer poet? Didn't he disappear 20 years ago?
Yeah, and his wife, Bobby's mom, died shortly after. Dunn is the closest thing the family the poor kids had ever since.
That explains the poetry book in his locker. What can you tell me about Sonia Dunn?
She's hot, ain't she?
Ugh.
It seems like her father's death didn't really upset her.
Well, she likes to play it cool, which makes her really hot.
You two seem to get along nicely.
Well, I've known her since she was a baby.
Okay,
She
now
sure
those
has
remarks
grown
got a little bit creepy.
I hadn't seen her since she left for college about 4 years ago.
What was Joe Dunn like?
He was a decent man. Have you seen all those slogans on the wall? Those motivational phrases? Joe really believed in them. All of them.
He played the saxophone, right?
Yeah, pretty well for a white boy. Makes no sense, right? I mean, nothing draws chicks like the brass. Why quit when you're
Very true.
Joe Dunn or Joey Dunn?
Huh? Nobody called him Joey. Well, maybe his wife. Although, she didn't call him anything after she died.
Ripping good laugh.
I found an empty wine bottle on the rooftop. Did Joe Dunn drink?
Only for a while, back when his wife died. But eventually he quit. After that, he'd only drink on special occasions.
Alrighty. He actually told me a lot. Jesus.
Get back to your drills.
All right.
I did not expect that. Okay, I might have some new information.
I'm reminded of the Silent Hill 2 clock puzzle.
What's that?
Wasn't there a height chart in this place?
Yes.
Would that have the save combo?
Let's see. She said it was whose birthday?
Sonia's measurements stop at 18, and there's a gap in bobbies between ages 15 and 17.
I mean, I can't put in the combination manually, so doesn't matter much.
Maybe you need like one more piece of info.
Yeah, it's
Neverwhere. Thank you for the 100 bits.
There was a little like plank thing that the dude put down on the roof. Maybe I can explore that real quick.
What exactly is a noir? My familiarity with the genre does go much further than black and white, hard-boiled detectives, and people smoking a lot.
It's a series of films from the late 30s and into the 40s and 50s, ending in about 1959, that are heavily based around adaptations of the novels and novellas of Dashiell Hammett, James M. Cain. Oh, he knocked that down? That's not there anymore? Interesting. Okay, I was all right. I was gonna see if I could use that, but apparently it went away during cutscene, or after the cutscene was over. But they're literary based. That's why the dialogue has a peculiar and idiosyncratic sort of timbre to it, right? There's a rhythm to the dialogue that is very literary based. It's not how people actually talk, it's how people in books talk. And in those specific kinds of books talk. All right. So it's based on those, and for that reason, it's not always about private detectives. There's quite a few private detectives, I guess, in a lot of noir. There are not many police detectives. In fact, even combining private detectives and police detectives, of all the classic noir, there's less than 15 examples of that. Most noir is based on like a series of books. Like if you look at James M. Cain, his stuff usually didn't have anything to do with private detectives or police detectives or policemen of any kind. It was more so like, you know, domestic drama. He wrote Double Indemnity, and as I said, The Postman Always Rings Twice and such. So a lot of noir really doesn't have anything to do with detectives or police work or anything at all. So it's more so like darker, cynical sort of psychodrama in a lot of cases. So that, I mean, that's really what it is. And in terms of how a noir is filmed, I've said this before, but it's basically like a crime story that's shot like a horror movie, almost. They're using the same expressionist camera techniques and lighting as French Romanticism and as German expressionists of the, you know, F.W. Murnau kind of variety. All right. Okay, I think I need to leave because I don't know that I can find anything else.
Thy Raven Wings, thank you for the 300 bits. Wanted to thank you for dropping that Lincoln video. Something never felt right about the narrative we were raised with, that the Northern Army were these benevolent liberators freeing slaves on principle,
right?
Even though they were often just as racist as their Southern counterparts.
Right.
Good to know my suspicions were valid and warranted.
Exactly. And the premise was never put forward in my video that the South were blameless. Quite the opposite. In fact, the exact phrase that I used was, "It's a heel program." Which, you know, the lefty pseudo-intellectuals probably wouldn't recognize that phrase, but it's wrestling speak for they're both bad guys. It's just that, oh, here we go. You know, the South don't have to be good for Lincoln to be bad, as I repeated several times, and with good reason. This will lead me back out to the street, right? I think so.
Private Parts.
Oh.
Thank you for subbing
Random
for 4
red
months.
door. Okay.
What are some of your favorite 20th century composers?
20th century composers. One of probably my favorite classical composer of the 20th, my favorite classical composer full stop is a 20th century composer, and it's Henryk Górecki, a Polish composer. Oh, I can go back to Sam's Diner. Yeah, because I wasn't done questioning her. There were a few more questions that I needed to ask her. This game has a great soundtrack.
Yeah. Dart Spitter, thank you for
I
subbing.
would my kingdom for a run button, though.
And
where is the diner?
Samurai in the Shadows. Thank you for that 50. I won't be here for the stream because of work, but appreciate all you do for us, Razor and Taryn. Oh, thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Any ideas where Bobby Yale could be?
How am I supposed to know? He's rarely there when I clean the gym. Bobby seems like a nice kid, but I barely know him.
Have you remembered anything else about the moment you found Dunn's body?
I'm afraid not. It's too painful.
I know, but we need to find Bobby Yale. Anything, any minor detail, could really make a difference.
I'll try.
What do you think about Jake Ostiambi?
Who? Who's that?
A big gorilla. Boxer, too. A friend of Joe Dunn's.
Oh, yeah. I barely know him. I don't like how he looks at me.
Well, he is a fucking gorilla.
Can I ask you about your job?
Which one?
How long have you worked at the gym?
It's been, 4 or 5 years? Although, I don't think I'll be able to set foot in there again.
This must be really hard for you. I'm sorry. Tell me about your work here in the diner.
Oh, it's wonderful. I love it.
Spacer Sam, I asked the same
Oh,
question.
Glad to hear that. Other than the diner and the gym, you don't work anywhere else, right?
I wouldn't have the time, although I'm not sure I want to continue working at the gym.
Finding a corpse will do that.
Yeah, is she a mouse or a cat? I think cat.
It looks like a cat.
Yeah.
I wouldn't quit. Trust me, it might be painful at first, but time heals all wounds.
Joey used to say the same thing. Maybe. I don't know. Thanks.
Huh. Interesting.
Have you remembered anything else about the moment you found Dunn's body?
I really can't remember anything. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I think that's it for now.
She has a
See you
pet
later.
name for the guy who
Sam's
died.
Bye-bye.
A what name?
Right.
It doesn't exist, or does it?
I don't think that would have been added to the old deduction board. No. It probably should have been, but...
Generalissimo Liberty. Good news, we voted in conservative officers at the Pulaski County Republican Party in Little Rock last night.
Pay attention to your local politics. That's the only way you're gonna actually make any kind of a difference in terms of at least how elections are conducted, certainly.
The rhinos left the building as the votes were called out. It will change the state.
Good shit. Although, man, Arkansas is such a corrupt state. You're a fucking lion! Shouldn't he be bigger if he's a lion?
Yeah,
I mean,
the
if
body
I'm just
sizes are all weird.
If I'm just a cat, like, dude, shouldn't a lion dude be just a smidge larger? Oops.
Randy would like to know if you read the TMNT Archie run.
I did. In fact, I have virtually a complete run of the whole thing in physical issues. I had a friend that I worked with at a comic store who happened to have all the issues, gave me a box full of them back in the day. And, of course, I bought quite a few when I was a little kid. I bought them in those digests, though. I remember. Those fucking Turtle Digest comics were great. You can get those in the fucking supermarket aisle. By the way, that's another thing needs to come back is fucking supermarket. Like, comic books that you can just buy at supermarkets. That hasn't been the case in fucking years. Okay, maybe...
I'd prefer a yellow Cadillac, but I can't complain.
Okay.
Dr. Dipshit's House of Memes. Hey, Razor.
No? Okay,
I
I
enjoy
can't
your
go.
content. Baba Ganoush.
Godspeed. I enjoy your comment.
Natara.
Okay, I'll give the bum one more go. Maybe he has some information that can contextualize what I have learned.
Pre-World War II era female spies feel like a goldmine for female noir protagonists. Women have been used in espionage since time immemorial.
Right.
Do you remember anything else about the day you found the thingamajig with the springs and the paint can?
Yeah, no. Wait. Yeah. Well, no. Now that I think of it, no. Hey, pal. How about thanking a good-looking goat with a cigarette?
Yeah, you seem to need it. I think this is how Steve McQueen went.
I don't think that's a good
Homeless, legless, and blind?
Got one nasty cough.
Oh, come on. You know, cigarettes have lots of very healthy properties. Oh, come on. It's just a smoke, lady.
All right, fine.
Okay, you're right.
The advertisements on the radio say they're good for your health.
You remember candy cigarettes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you think you're not responsible for my pathetic state. Think you're not to blame?
That's pretty much the sum and substance of it.
It's the government.
Ah!
Me off the war.
They shipped me off, too.
Oh, right. So then you know what it's like to kill, too. Well, then another sad hobo shouldn't be a problem for you, Professor.
Yeah, I killed people.
And yet, you don't want to help me die. Wait, but that's not what I wanted to say. Oh, well, you know we goats tend to jump from one thing to another.
You goats tend to eat one thing or another.
The government paid for everything. Army fatigues, rations, weapons.
I refuse to believe this is a goat. He'd be doing nothing but screaming and shitting.
Yeah.
You know where that money comes from? Taxes.
This guy's kind of based.
You helped them cut my legs. They declare war every chance they get, so that the weapon industry that finances
Oh shit!
campaigns
Oh shit!
gets richer.
He's gonna start talking about Bilderbergs next.
And that's
This
how
goes
we
back to the stonemasons.
their wars. So the slightest connection with corruption turns us.
My friend, have you heard of the Trilateral Commission?
One manages to keep at arm's length.
If such a thing existed in this universe, what would they be?
Right?
Would they be like crows or ravens?
Snakes?
Snakes? Oh.
Reptilians!
So, do you like your master, the great?
Hey, what's your name? You never told me.
But
Rats.
oh, that was quite a rambling aside that I got nothing out of. I ain't getting shit out of him. Well, fuck. I can't go much of anywhere else. So
Fast forward 50 years into the future. Their version of Alex Jones is an actual frog.
Well, it's getting down to the wire where I'm gonna have to feed the police chief my buddy. I think I may have to. Doesn't seem like I can get any information without doing it.
Check the book of poems. Is there a book of poems somewhere?
Oh, I already did. There was nothing else I could get from it.
The builder birds.
Oh. All right, I'll try it. I think it was in this first locker.
Taryn, where's the on-screen chat box? Well, I mean, do you miss it that bad?
All right, here we go. Yeah, I already checked the book of poems. There's nothing else to it. Looks like. Whatever.
Was there a clue in the upper part of the ring? What do you mean by upper part? Andrew Van Halen from Worst to Best. How would you rank the Mega Man X games, or at least the ones you've played?
The ones I've played, I mean, I've played pretty much all of them, except when they transitioned to 3D. What was that, 8? Was it X7 or X8 that went to 3D?
I think it was 7.
Let's see here. My favorite one is X3. Probably followed by 1. Then it'd probably be Command Mission, which is really underrated. And 5, which is also really underrated. Not the biggest fan of X2 and or X4, which I think is pretty overrated. And I'm trying to think, what did it stop? I never played 7. And 6, I don't remember much about.
I remember almost nothing about 6. Can you get into the ring?
I don't think so. Okay. Let me try. There were steps over there, but I didn't think I could take them.
And did you examine the noose?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's a green A on the ropes. Yeah, he examined it, guys. Check the billboard on the roof. I mean, I think he already has.
Yeah, I think I already did. Anything I can examine around the ring? I'm going to double check it. And then I'm going to go over to the roof and see if you guys are full of shit. I think you're just sending me on a wild goose chase. I will check your damn billboard.
Dan, recommend picking up the Blue Coats North and South remake on Steam. Easy to learn, hard to master. Friendly warning, you may butt heads with certain people. Use your cat vision upstairs. I think he already did. On the lady. That's why we found our weasel friend.
Yeah, you can't use your cat vision outside of dialogue, I don't believe. There's a white flower, so he only drinks on special occasions, so he was celebrating something with someone beforehand. Which kind of leads me to believe that the killer's female.
There's paint on the boxes.
Do it. What boxes?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, I know,
The
seriously.
backseat gaming can be as much a fucking curse as a help.
Ambient space noise.
You could help by looking up a walkthrough. This is one of those games where
okay.
it helps for streaming purposes, so we don't get hung up for hours and hours. The boxes do appear to have some kind of paint, either that or pigeon shit. Yeah, they do. But I can't look at them. Yeah. They do have paint on them, but it doesn't really... It's not significant, apparently. Anywho's... Let's get down inside. Go talk to her again, because I did get more information about her from our big gorilla friend and from the diner lady. So that can always loosen shit up.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation
Alright.
work takes time, as I'm
Have you
sure
been
you
to
know.
the hospital?
No, I don't know how to get to the hospital.
Did you find anything?
That's it. Oh, I
interesting in
can't
those
question
papers?
her again.
No. Investigation work takes time.
She's just giving
Sure
me
you
a
know.
standard dialogue billboard answer.
Let's see. Hot spots. Bucket of
Some
spilled
measures
white
stop at
paint.
18, and there's a
Bucket of
gap
spilled
in
white
bodies
paint. I already
between
got it.
ages 15
Scaffolding
and
near
70.
bucket of spilled white paint. Noose in center of boxing ring.
This is center of boxing ring. Okay. I think I already did the scaffold. Let me try that again, just in case there's more to see there, because I remember I like barely did that. That could be it. You would think that would be more significant.
What exactly was he saying?
Something like, if you do that, I'll call off the fight and make sure you never set foot in this gym again.
Huh.
Clue. Mary calls Dunn Joey.
Yeah.
Okay. Got the lock picks.
Mm-hmm.
Lock picking. Did that. Bobby Yale's trail.
The
Mary Purnell's apartment.
her apartment?
Yeah.
Is that where I got beat up by the two thugs?
I'm assuming you'll automatically return to Joe's gym after your ordeal.
Okay, then we're already there.
Okay. Yale's locker full of surprises.
Already got that.
Yeah. Stained towel, you saw that.
Uh-huh.
Dunn wanted to call the fight off.
Yep.
Mary and Dunn were seeing each other.
Based on what? This is Tucker. This is where you find the fucking towel and the...
Deduction, Mary calls Dunn Joey. Mary has nice and neat handwriting. Dunn's wife wedding ring was in the envelope with Sonia's name handwritten on it.
What envelope?
Ooh. New clue, Dunn's wife's wedding ring was in the envelope. This will allow you to make 2 new deductions. Alright, where's the letter?
Where's the fucking envelope? Where?
Head toward the gym entrance and examine the letter that is now on the floor.
That is now on the floor. Oh, from when the dude walked in? The walrus? Could that be it? Aha.
Ah, so that's
that
what you were
is
missing.
so appallingly easy to miss. Dude. Come on.
Does the postman...
Developers, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you. What the fuck? You're gonna hold the story hostage until I notice a tiny little white square on the baseboards near the fucking door that I missed twice.
I don't know.
Jesus.
What's wrong?
It's my mother's wedding ring.
It's feline AIDS.
Who had it?
I don't know. My father wore it on his pinky finger after she died.
Not always, apparently.
Will you find out why?
I'll try.
A
There's
femme
something else I'm
fatale.
worried about. This might have something to do with
Confederates.
with your father's death.
Oh my, yes. It could be. Will you please give me a moment?
Of course.
Okay.
Now you should be able to make 2 new deductions.
Yep.
I'm being space
Okay,
noise.
There
Well,
we go. So,
my
yeah.
German Shepherd apparently knocked up my neighbor's Cane Corso. Will this breed mix in the world, or patrol all the thoughts? Godspeed.
Okay. Mary put the wedding ring in the envelope and wrote Sonia Dunn on it. But why did she have the ring in the first place?
Yep. Looks like it. Oh, it tells you when you can make a deduction. That's convenient, so you don't waste too much time, like I did.
Overkill.
Yup. They're boning.
Were Mary Purnell and Joe Dunn an item?
I mean, I put that together when she called him Joey, but...
Overkill in a Bogart voice. The dame strode in my office. I offered her to drink, and she knocked it off my desk. She was nothing to bat a ball of string at.
Okay. Mary and Dunn were seeing each other. Dunn's wife's birth date doesn't open the safe. Gosh, but I wonder whose birth date does.
What if Mary's birthday is the combination to the safe?
Okay.
Stealth Creations rephrased the gym motto for a modern PD.
Feeling any better?
Yeah, I guess. Thanks.
If you want to break the glass ceiling, train harder. But if you need to blow through the job scrutiny, train harder.
Oh, tell me her...
And there it was.
There
Mary's
you go.
Birthday. A week prior to that very day.
Alrighty.
Time to see what's in the safe.
Yep. Crack that bitch. A gun. Insurance policy. Oh my. Last will and testament of Joseph R. Dunn. Uh-oh. Let me guess who the beneficiary is.
Yeah, and I think you need to see this. Can you tell me what it says?
All right. I think this might be useful for the investigation, Mr. Detective. He left everything to me, except some boxing trophies and knickknacks that'll go to Bobby Yale.
When was it signed?
It was written 4 years ago, just weeks after I moved to Buffalo.
Do you think Bobby Yale read it before he disappeared?
Maybe.
Congratulations. You're one lucky lady.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
All right.
Let's get a second gander at
A
this.
few bucks. Just petty cash. I never would have taken Dunn for a gun owner.
No?
Lance Corporal Hawk. Been trying to give a funny super chat for half an hour and can't find out why it won't go through. Yeah, sometimes YouTube's just YouTube.
I never asked about the gym's insurance.
That's exactly what I'm reading now. So far, it looks like your standard small business policy.
Nope, nothing new.
I think I know who had your mother's ring.
You do?
The chick he was banging.
Mary Purnell. I think she was in love with your father.
Thank you. Thank you.
Duh.
Okay.
I didn't even realize I had a choice there, but okay.
You see, I've got this friend. He's a journalist, and the thing is, well... On second thought, forget I said anything.
I see. Quick to forget your friends.
Did you find anything interesting in those papers?
No. Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
All right.
Okie doke. Matthew Hammond. Robert Barnes had it right.
What's
Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire should have said the only way we thought we could make it work was to monetize Crowder on big tech platforms. We wish Crowder all the best. Rockchalk. Hear me out.
What's up?
Mech battle game, but with cyborg dinosaurs.
What?
A la 80s awesome cartoon Dino Riders. Yeah or hell yeah?
Okay, so maybe I can move on now?
Are you asking, or are you asking?
Is there a case list? Seems to like Yale. Killed Dunn together.
Oh, you can go back to the diner now.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy with me. I didn't even realize I was making a major decision there when I fucking spilled the beans there. Whoops! I told the Ice Queen about the relationship. Oh well.
Bass player. That contract read like a bad record contract from the 60s or 70s. We're going to work you to the bone, and you will get pennies for your work.
I wouldn't say it's a good look for Daily Wire guy to be saying that people who sign new contracts with the company work as wage slaves shortly, and then maybe... Okay, let's be real here, okay? Even if you're a fan of the Daily Wire or whatever. Who's the draw for the Daily Wire? It's the talent. It's the people they have on there. Nobody goes to the Daily Wire because it's the Daily Wire. People go to the Daily Wire because the Daily Wire has whoever. Jordan Peterson, whatever. Ben Shapiro. The 15 people who think Matt Walsh knows what the fuck he's talking about. Those people. It's the name. It's the talent, clearly, that is drawing people to the Daily Wire. The way that contract read, it was like, we're doing you a favor by elevating you. And I have no doubt that Daily Wire has the resources to be able to help facilitate some of the things that people want. But the way that contract was structured made it's definitely a top-down kind of situation, which is ironic considering the form of government that the people who run that site claim to support. It very much read like it is the Daily Wire makes you don't make the Daily Wire kind of a situation. It's silly. It kind of reminds me a little, actually, of what happened near the end to Channel Awesome. Like, where it was like, Channel Awesome is the main event, not the fucking 3 people that anyone actually wants to watch on Channel Awesome who slowly went away, right? And now, sure enough, Channel Awesome's fucking dead, and all the people who used to be on it are now on YouTube and made their own YouTube channels, most of whom are struggling to even get equivalent viewership that they had on the original website. That was kind of my main issue with it, is it kind of seemed like Daily Wire seemed to be under the impression that they were the ones creating the... Whatever you want to say about Candace Owens, for example, or Shapiro, or whatever. Like, Ben Shapiro had an audience before he joined the Daily Wire. Fucking Candace Owens had an audience before she ever became a Daily Wire contributor. Yeah, I don't...
What?
You know what? You're the only woman who ever called Dunn Joey, except his late wife.
Oh, my goodness. I can't talk here. My shift is over in 10 minutes. Can you wait a while?
Can I get a refill over here, Mary?
Coming right up.
Lance Corporal Hawk. My cousin's girl once referred to you as my man crush in a conversation once. Thought it was funny. Now here's some money to prove her wrong.
Right. I'm just glad it's money and not like a dick pic or something.
We've been seeing each other for almost 2 years.
I think that would prove her right a little bit more.
Well,
here's a photo of my gaping anus.
Before my shift at the diner. Joey always came in early, just a little after I got there. He used to say it was the best time for the worst task of the day.
Oh, I know exactly what he meant.
Whoop.
Did he help you clean?
No, poor Joey. I would never have allowed that. He did more than enough. Would even clean on my days off. Paperwork. He just hated it. But that was just him. Instead of putting off the things he couldn't stand, he did them as soon as possible. One morning, he saw me crying. I was having a rough day and...
He tried to make you smile.
He pointed at the coffee machine. You need a cup of joe and some fresh air. That was the first of many cups on the rooftop.
Which is where Dunn seduced you.
That word is a bit too much, Mr. Blacksad. You might be too young to understand this, but real love has little to do with seduction.
Not if you're doing it right.
We realized those rooftop coffees were the best part of our day, so we began to spend more time together.
But you never told anyone.
And coffee is never used as a sexual euphemism. Ask Rockstar.
Why did you keep it secret?
For Sonia's sake. She and Joey drifted apart after her mother's death. He was afraid that our relationship would only make matters worse. Until one day, on the rooftop, we realized just how serious our relationship was. and we decided to turn those moments into a lifetime.
So he asked you to marry him?
Yes, of course. He gave me the wedding ring, and we decided to tell the world. He said he needed to share that happiness with his little girl. Turns out, he wasn't that happy after all.
What about Yale? Wasn't he like a son to him?
Maybe you already noticed, I have a slight cold. I really should be heading home.
Maybe you should cover your neck.
I lost my scarf a while back. Not sure where. And now, if you'll excuse me, that's my...
I'm sure that won't be significant to the
speak
case.
with you, Mr. Blacksad.
Yuri, why are so many detectives in this type of setting typically military veterans?
Because a lot of noir are set in the immediate aftermath of World War II. It's interesting, though, because very little noir actually refers to World War II a whole lot. It started to happen a little bit more as the decade went on, but like one of the first one that even mentions it, and they literally rewrote the entire movie because we declared war on Japan, because Pearl Harbor happened. They were in the middle of filming This Gun for Hire. I think I mentioned it in the film Noir archives I did on that movie. And they were ready to go, and then Pearl Harbor happened. And so they kind of mentioned, they kind of wrote Japan into the movie. Like, literally, as they're filming the movie, they're doing rewrites, which is insane if you think about that in the modern day. You'd never do that today, unless, of course, you're Disney and you're fucking filming Ant-Man 2 scenes, 2 weeks before the launch of the film? That literally was reported the other day. They're actually filming Ant-Man 2 scenes. Fucking, I think the movie's supposed to come out at February, the first week of February, something like that?
God, I think this is the third one.
Is it? What?
Yeah, there was Ant-Man, and there was Ant-Man and Wasp, and now this one's going to be Quantum Mania or something. But anyway, please continue.
It is the third one?
Yeah.
Seriously? Did I completely miss a second one?
Yep.
Anyway, sorry. I'm just not up on my Ant-Man, y'all. Sorry. I try to stay up to speed with that rip-roaring fucking franchise. But anyways, they basically did that. Like, they wrote World War II into it. But that didn't happen very often at the time. Very few films in that classic noir period actually dealt with the immediate effects of World War II. But in a weird way, a lot of the noir protagonists being veterans wound up playing into it kind of in the same way that it served a similar function in terms of the story as the ubiquitous former Civil War veteran, often a former Confederate veteran, who winds up being a gunslinger in the old Westerns, right? It's used as kind of a vehicle for, oh, he's a capable figure, but he's also a little bit scarred. It's sort of like that. It was just a really convenient setup, I think, for the story. Okay, I probably need to go back inside here. What's this? Okay. St. Fergus Church. Okay.
Opinionated Junkie. Thoughts on Biden Car-a-Lago?
Right? Dude, how shitty is it optically that he literally was like, well, look, it was in a garage. It was a locked garage. It wasn't like it was in the middle of the street. Like, fuck, dude.
All the shit seems to happen right after something happens with Trump. That's the similar thing, and it just looks so bad.
I know. And the way the media handles it makes it look even worse. Okay.
Steven, spaghetti western plus film noir equals spaghetti noir.
Aha.
Did you know Joe Dunn had a gun in his safe?
No way, man. He hated firearms. Although, when Bobby Yale was a teenager, he went through a crazy phase. Even dropped out of the gym and joined the gang.
Are those actual art panels from the
One morning,
BD?
he broke in the gym. Joe was already
That would
in,
be cool.
caught him
No, I don't think so.
Bobby pointed the gun at Dunn and ordered him to open the safe. So, Joe opened it and asked Bobby to put the gun aside, leave the gang, and start boxing again. I got here 5 minutes later and found Bobby crying like a baby in Joe's arms. Then he just stood up and put on his gloves.
All right.
Tactical Furball. Do the animal characters know they're animals, or do they think they're normal people? How does this work? Rock Jock, thank you for the 20. Cicero Logic. Meat comes from farms, right? Razor. Yeah. Cicero. Lots of farms in Texas, right? Razor. I guess. Cicero. Taryn was raised on a Texas farm, right? Razor. Where are you going with this? Cicero. When are you feeding me Taryn?
Interesting in those papers?
Okay, she doesn't have anything else to say to me.
Investigation work takes time, as I'm sure you know.
All right.
Cicero's curled up by the couch right now.
I wonder if I can do anything else with that gun. Doesn't look like it. If you want to read a few,
yeah,
just
definitely.
Be right back in just a moment.
I'll try to read a few that aren't questions. They're all questions, you motherfuckers. Nevis, or Navis, longtime fan. I have started a tabletop Battlefleet Gothic channel, and I could use a shout out to the Navis or Novice Noblelight channel. Well, there you go. Next time, pay us more. Just kidding. Ten Goober, thank you for the 10. I think I already acknowledged you. Generally, Simo Liberty, read my $10 post about not Crowder. Bubba, is this game related to the Chicken Police? No, it is not. I don't think so. Tactical Furball, is Cat Hitler still up? What?
Okay. Your Blacksad. I wonder what that actually means.
Matthew Hammond, thank you for the 5.
Oh, that's kind of cool. It appears that I'm putting profit above.
Don't believe me? It's all in the numbers.
Intraperian, or whatever. Thank you for the 25. Hey, Razor, I'm producing a metal song about black pills. I wanted to use a clip from one of your rants in the intro. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Could give more info if you like. Oh, it's.
Send me the song when you're done, bro.
Yeah, link us.
Do it.
Matthew Hammond, thank you for the 5. New guy.
What do you guys think I should do? You think I should go down? There is a note about
Your mic. You didn't unmute yourself.
Oops, sorry about that. Yes, I'd be interested in that, and you should send me the song after you're done. Sorry about that. What do you guys think I should do? You think I should... there's a note that mentions a church service. I wouldn't think that it would already be happening. But I don't know what else to do, because I don't think there is a deduction. that I can draw just yet. Nope. Not just yet.
Are you able to interact with Joe's autopsy report?
Autopsy? What autopsy report?
Yeah, it just goes from your talk with her to that. Return to the gym. Oh, then you call the chief.
Ah. Yep.
Crusader Saracen.
Okay.
Islam forbids furries. They ruined animal cartoons.
Alright, sweet.
Sean, thank you for the 100 bits.
Go.
Lincoln was a communist. Search Lincoln was a communist on Twitter, and you will find tankies praising him as the exemplar of American patriotism.
Well, look, he was a statist, and anyone who's a statist and authoritarian who isn't afraid to turn guns on his own citizens, including in the North, is going to be a champion of fucking tankies the world over. It should be mentioned, although the story of Lincoln corresponding with Karl Marx is dubious at best, in fact, there is evidence Karl Marx wrote Lincoln, but there's no evidence he read it or corresponded with him. Not that odd, by the way. Karl Marx was published by the same paper run by Horace Greeley that Lincoln was quoted in my video, where I mentioned if I could save the Union without freeing any slaves, blah, 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 right? Same paper, very same paper Karl Marx was featured in. So it wasn't that odd or out of the mainstream at the time Karl Marx was published in a quote-unquote mainstream American paper. But the thing is, a bunch of communists were huge fans of Lincoln in his own time. So many of them volunteered to join the Union Army, and that is a historical fact. There were communists who actually hopped on a boat from the old world and came over to America to fight in the American Civil War, kind of in the same way that American commies went off to fight in the Spanish Civil War many decades later. Okay, let's talk to the chief.
A poor horse abused by Chank. What species was Jesus in this world? That's a good question.
That is a good
What
question.
I have to tell you about the Dunn case. Dunn and the gym's cleaning lady were about to get married.
Great. Call What's News. They'll know what to do with such an incredibly interesting piece of information.
The combination on Dunn's safe was her birthday. He even gave her a ring. You know.
This chief is really good at dismissing evidence.
I'm still not convinced, but I might have something for you.
I think this is where I get the autopsy report. Meeting him at the diner.
Life is
Matthew
often
Hammond.
key, like a bad song. The notes come together but feel flat, unable to create anything resembling music.
Like the singer chick from Unleash the Archers.
And yet, there are ways to string them together to create harmony. Ways that are not always
It is so on the nose that the chief is a fucking German Shepherd. The species is stereotype.
You look tired, John.
You're a fucking dog.
I can't help it. It's just the way we cats are.
Well, I can't help but be glad to see you. Well, I'm beat.
I like that he just comes out and says, yeah, I look tired. I'm a fucking cat.
Medical. Not only did I have to fast, but
I'm
I
also
chugged
pissy
2
all the
enormous
time.
glasses of water.
He's dog tired.
That right.
Can we just talk about Dunn?
Okay, no problem. The thing is, I'd love to help you out with this case, but I can't.
You haven't done a whole lot to help me to this point.
If I had any information, I couldn't share it with a private eye. Even if it was lying on top of this table.
You drank 2 huge glasses of water. How are your kidneys coping with that?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should go to the... If you'll excuse me.
Matthew Hammond. If Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro were such great friends with Crowder, should they not have gone to Dallas to figure out what Crowder wanted out of a deal?
I mean, I just don't think they wanted to pay him his asking price, which was probably negotiable. I don't think it was really about the price for Crowder, honestly. I really think it was more about the terms. It was more... And I know the guy from Daily Wire said in his little rebuttal video that he didn't disagree with the terms. But it's like, dude, the guy had already registered a domain name of Stop the Con. I don't think, by the way, that Daily Wire was the first place he had shopped around to. I think he was already kind of disillusioned. Which explains why he registered the domain name. So... I mean, if you're pretty sure you're not going to sign a fucking agreement, but you're kind of giving the other person enough rope to hang themselves, you're not going to say that openly that you disagree with the terms of the fucking contract. So that rang a little bit hollow for me. I think it was just the terms. Fucking the guy makes most of... I mean, he must make his nut coming and going on merch, especially on the Mug Club stuff. Anyone who thinks he was gonna sign away his merch rights is fucking insane. All right. There's something fucking hilarious about grisly murder scene photos of a fucking anthropomorphic fox or whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah. Bobcat, I still say a chest expander sounds like it's either a bloody weapon or a pair of silicone inserts.
4
I think
rings
somebody
around
beat
the
you
entire
to that?
circumference caused by said rope. Okay. 4 rings? Slightly scraped knuckles on the subject's right hand. Defensive wounds.
Interesting.
October 19th, 19XX. Form of death, suicide. No internal autopsy. Fucking New York's finest.
Now I feel even thinner. So do my kidneys.
Thanks.
Truth is, John, it all seemed clear to me before, but now... Please, promise me you won't take the law into your own hands. I'd like to think we're not just vigilantes.
Sure, you can trust me. I give you my word.
All right. In any case, keep me posted, will you?
I'm totally taking the law into my own hands.
You can count on
Take care, John.
As always.
But always lie to police,
new,
folks.
Potentially relevant information.
Always lie to
Not to
police.
mention second thoughts.
Actually, don't even
When a
talk
bulldog
to him.
like him gets that serious, one must be prepared to bite.
Squatchhammer, is there a good list of publishers who rather just do business instead of politics with new writers?
With new writers?
Yeah.
I wish I could help you out on that. Unfortunately, my publishers, the publishers that I've dealt with, have all invited me to collaborate with them. So I never had to hunt. When I initially was going to publish my older book, the one that the world of Night Vale was created for, I did hunt for publishers and did find a few, but that was fucking years ago. I mean, I told you guys I wrote my first book when I was 10, or I started to. And then I started shopping it around when I was like 15, 16 or something like that. I was in high school still. So it's been a while, right? It's been a while since I actually was out there like looking for conventional publishers. They were less political then, although I'm sure they were somewhat political to begin with. Okay. Dunn's Weight.
The new guy. Of all the big-time conservatives, is Crowder among the more trustworthy and talented, in your opinion?
Of all the modern conservatives?
Yeah.
He's never been anything but trustworthy in my dealings with him, and I've dealt with him quite a bit. I mean, I can only speak from my personal experience. I mean, in fact, he's given me opportunities that I wound up, like, turning down and stuff. Like, I told you guys before, I had they basically invited me to be the... Or at least kind of do a little tryout for being the co-pilot on that show that ultimately went to Dave Landau. At the time, I had some other shit that I was dealing with, so I couldn't, right? I couldn't just up and relocate at that time, so I had to turn it down. But never in any... I mean, in other words, we've had dealings that you guys, like, don't even know about, and he's never been anything but above board with me. I can't say the same for Shapiro, but I've never done anything with Shapiro. I'm not a fan of Shapiro, but personally, I don't have any interaction with him. He maybe he's a really nice guy behind the scenes. I have no idea. Okay, I can make... Oh, wait. The chest expander? Nope, not quite.
I want to know about bears and rabbits. What are they?
Nate Tendo, how do you think the U.S. comic industry would be faring?
That does make sense. Yeah, Dunn was murdered for sure. I mean, Dunn wasn't tall enough to hang himself from that. Where have I heard this before? Did the cameras shut off in his cell right before?
Much taller than Dunn, and I can barely reach the noose.
Dude, you should have put that together at the very beginning.
There's no way Dunn hanged himself.
The bunk bed wasn't even tall enough to... Okay. Well, can I draw more deductions? It looks like I can.
How do you think the U.S. comic industry would be faring if BD had the same presence as manga?
The interesting thing about BD is that some BD have had a massive influence stateside, but it's few and far between. It's not as I think what you really mean is it's not as ubiquitous. It's crazy. Like, lots of people in the West or in America read Tintin, Tauntaun, whatever you want to, and Asterix and stuff like that. Stuff has a very, very wide reach. Manga reach. But it's like those things are just kind of... And it's also interesting. There's a lot of stuff that you've read or games that you've played like this or movies that you've seen that have been based on BD and you didn't know, right? There's a lot of stuff that fits that bill. I think it would be, to answer your question more directly, I think if BD was more popular stateside, I would hope that it would encourage the kind of variety that readers have actually been looking for. I think that's what drives a lot of people to manga, is that manga has a lot of variety to it, just like BD does. There's no superheroes in bande dessinée, just as there's not really any superheroes in manga. Not really. They don't have like a super developed superhero genre, except for, of course, tokusatsu and whatever. But for every tokusatsu, there's fantasy, there's sci-fi, there's mecha, and all that stuff. So I would hope that it would create more variety in American publishers, which is all I've ever wanted, right? I've recommended for a lot of people cross-gen comics. Cross-gen comics were around for a number of years, and they were basically like a European or Japanese publisher that happened to make American comics. They had everything but superheroes, sci-fi, historical drama, pirate comics, samurai comics, fantasy, like the whole 9 yards, a litany of different genres, basically anything but superhero comics. And they had some of the greatest artists and writers in comics working for them. And Mark Waid. Okay, so Dunn wasn't tall enough to hang himself from a noose. Dunn had 4 different neck marks. Aha! The chest expander. Yup.
Bobby, yeah. I don't know if you had a motive to kill Dunn, but you certainly had the murder weapon.
Oh boy!
H is for heretic.
I think I might be able to pretty much solve the case at this point, possibly here. Let's see.
Is there another aspect to Condé Nast's shadow plans other than releasing one novel and causing the price of double novels reprints to rise?
Well, oh god, we haven't even talked about it, dude. So that piece of shit shadow novel from James Patterson. Are you aware that a sequel just came out?
Oh god.
Not to the Shadow. They did the same thing to Doc fucking Savage. They made a new Doc Savage book. James Patterson did.
How the fuck do you do that?
And it sucks. It's so bad. Dude, like, fuck. This is their master plan. James Patterson was interviewed, by the way, in Shadowed Circle, which is a fanzine. I highly recommend it. It's really good. They have interviews and whatever. It's a Shadow fanzine. A while back, I forget what issue. I think it might even have been in the first one. And he mentioned the possibility of a movie. But since then, that's kind of fallen by the wayside. It's kind of sounding like the Shadow movie isn't going to go forward. That's the worst thing about the fucking Shadow Patterson book is reading this giant festering sack of shit, this like worst story you've read in your life, and knowing that it's intended as a treatment for a modern Shadow film reboot. That's basically what James Patterson said. Like, dude, this piece of shit, this isn't even a treatment for a book, let alone a fucking film. Jesus. All right, so Dunn was strangled with Yale's chest expander. His knuckles were swollen, maybe? No.
Death as a Bishi.
Okay.
Any opinions on the 2003 film Underworld? Does the earnestness of its execution result in cinematic excellence? Or is the movie's sole merit Kate Beckinsale's rear vacuum sealed into leather pants?
I like that movie. I like that movie a lot. Actually, the guy who wrote that is Kevin Griveau, who's kind of based. He's kind of cool. He's a comic... Get this. Kevin Griveau is a scientist. First off, Kevin Griveau is the main werewolf guy. Not the main werewolf villain, but he's, Raze. The big black dude.
The guy
buff
with the voice.
Black dude, yeah. Somewhat conservative politically. He's a fucking scientist in real life. He's a fucking bodybuilder, as you can see, and he's a comic book writer and artist. The guy, and he came up with the whole Underworld concept himself. He's basically the creative engine behind that movie. He's fucking cool. I like that movie. It's cheesy, but it's a popcorn movie, right? They probably should have been paying royalties to Vampire the Masquerade for some of their ideas, but you could say that of Twilight as well. I like Underworld. It's a guilty pleasure, but I like it. The second movie I don't like as much, and I haven't seen any of the other ones. You and I watched the newish one right?
We did?
I believe so.
Possibly.
I think so. Right? Which Kate Beckinsale still looking good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Squatch Hammer, I read the Modern Shadow book bit while at a store that was carrying it. I would have thought it as a cheap knockoff if he didn't talk about it.
Just because he wanted to call off the fight?
Ha.
I always knew Bobby had issues. But I never thought he'd go that far.
That was for Bobby.
Everything seems to point in that direction. I'm certain of it.
But he could have been framed, couldn't he?
Is it possible?
Oh, stop it!
In any case, that doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, he's like a dog with a bone with this case.
Now we know he didn't kill himself.
My father's still dead, and you still haven't found Bobby Yale. Nothing has changed. Opening the safe and finding my father's will won't help us achieve anything. So please hurry. Time's wasting.
You lose, big guy.
Never ceased to amaze me. But most importantly, why was she suddenly defending Yale?
I mean, Harvard is clearly the superior school.
John Blacksad? I think I owe you an apology.
Oh boy.
Apology accepted. But what exactly are you apologizing for?
Listen, I don't think my fellow workers treated you with the respect you deserve. I'm so sorry they wrinkled your suit. The thing is, they didn't know we shared a common goal. Bobby Yale. I want to find him and get to the bottom of this as much as you do, Mr. Blacksad. So please, kindly accept my invitation. Why not share our findings? Come on.
I don't think I have a choice here.
Of course. You don't mind me riding in this fancy car with a wrinkled suit, do you?
Oh, I think you look mighty dapper, Mr. Blacksad. Although, if those wrinkles were to rub off on me... I always play it nice and safe.
Cold War mech. Been a minute. Hope you've been well. Thoughts on the Wizards of the Coast OGL debacle? Seems unusual by even big business standards. I haven't been following.
I think it has a lot to do with them losing money in other areas and looking for a quick payday. I really think that's what it is. I think it's sort of symptomatic of an inevitable...
So let's cut to the chase.
Look, you eventually have to pay the piper if you keep alienating your fan base, and Wizards of the Coast has been doing that for how many fucking years?
My help to find you.
And now their solution is, surprise, alienating more of their fan base.
I work alone.
You know, if everyone worked solo, many people would suffer. Look at me. I could go it alone, but I don't. Please, hear me out. Let's say I bet a beer that we find Yale in 3 days, and you bet a beer that we don't. In 3 days, one of us has to buy the other a beer. Is that so bad? We're simply two grown men using our money and free will to conduct a small private exchange. And most importantly, we're we're not hurting anyone. So, yeah, I run a gambling business. What's so bad about that?
No.
It's immoral for starters.
Immoral? I'll tell you what's immoral. The way our government is ruining America.
Damn!
A so-called free country. A place where honest people can make a living, provided they don't hurt anybody. We're not communists.
I would have never thought otherwise. As for me,
I'm no commie.
I'm not either.
Well, you see, we're all among friends. In any case, that's not my point. The government betrays our nation's values by passing communist laws.
Holy shit!
A man like me to make a living without hurting a soul. And that, Mr. Blacksad, is just
based
wrong.
department?
I'd even say it's unconstitutional. Do you get my point now?
All right, fair enough.
All right, I get your point.
Ha! I knew you would. When the government passes these laws, there's only one legitimate weapon the people can wield. The same weapon that turned America into
Damn! This dude!
So, as the proud American
Fucking ANCAP over here.
disobey.
Holy shit! Do not comply.
You might have a point. In certain cases, civil disobedience is both right and duty.
Exactly. And when you hear just how I've transformed this business, you'll believe even more.
This
I
game
wasn't
is
always
great.
boss, you know? No, sir. I started at the bottom when Lucky Blitzen ran the show.
Is he a reindeer?
His was a reign of terror, extortion, violence, you know, that sort of unpleasant thing. When I took over, I decided I'd make people want to do my bidding. Not out of fear, but out of gratitude. I decided
With
to
my
help
rhinoceros
people so they
henchman.
could help me.
That beating your thugs gave me was really helpful. Thank you so much.
Those poor bastards didn't even know you were a detective, that you were on our side.
Maybe at first. But when they tied me up and beat the socks off me, they knew very well who I was.
Seriously? That goes against my rules. Who was it?
The bison.
It was just Wilson.
Bison dollars.
Don't you worry. I will have a serious talk with him. I cannot tolerate this behavior. Please accept my apologies, Mr. Blacksad. You see, a lot of people work for me. Many families depend on my business. Not only that, St. Christopher's Hospice practically lives on my donations. The widows of my late employees...
Pretty common, actually. Organized criminals donating to children's hospitals and
Cops
shit.
leave me alone because they know my business doesn't hurt anyone. On the contrary. And, it looks like we're here.
All right. Darren?
Sorry. Elite Elk. Thank you for the 20.
Yale's apartment?
I told you, I'm on your side. Go ahead. I'll wait down here. When you're done, maybe you'll change your mind and share your findings with me. Or not. It's your call, Mr. Blacksad. I'll make sure you're suitably compensated. Wilson, come here.
Oh, shit. He's getting called into the principal's office.
Loved the Dictator Abe video, Razor. Sadly, won't be able to watch for a while. I'm going on my first military deployment. Nothing crazy or even dangerous. So, no internet. Wishing you and the Razor Force all the best. Godspeed.
Godspeed.
And good luck, sir.
Wine's fragrance. Almost angelical.
There's that missing scarf. Oh, no. She was two-timing? This bitch was two-timing? She's got a cold, and she's missing a scarf. Oh, maybe... No.
Roy Arbor.
No.
Kojima.
Oh, no.
9/11.
Roy Arbor.
No.
Kojima. Death Stranding 2 flopped. Microsoft, fire me. I am destitute. Riving with Terran under bridge.
Okay.
Share body for pocket change.
Oh, shit.
Dunn
Another
must have
deduction.
punched the can while he was arguing with Yale. I guess that explains why he threatened to call the fight off.
Okay, I think I can make one more deduction.
Wife cheat on me with board of Konami. Children not mine. People point and laugh at me. I don't like it.
Don't make me Raph.
Austin Bouchard. What disturbs me most about Lincoln is that he's been deified to such a degree that we can't even mildly criticize him without being labeled racist.
Which is why he needs to be criticized vociferously.
No man should
Well,
be
he
above
seems like a nice
criticism.
kid, but I barely know him.
Uh-huh. Well... Do we have a femme fatale? Did we just introduce a femme fatale now? Ah! Scarf at Yale's place. Mary has a cold. She went on the fucking roller coaster with the fucking doggo.
That means she's been here recently, but why? What does Sweet Mary have to do with Yale, the murder suspect?
Ah.
The Grizzly. Listen to that conspiracy theorist dog. We don't have rights. The government says so.
The worst thing about O'Leary's boys dropping by isn't the beating, but the fact that I can't tell what's theirs and what's Yale's. Can't say this is the ideal drink for an athlete. Then again, it could be your classic bookie thug lunch.
Okay, let's look around a little more. What's this?
17th century French fables. There must be one boring old lady.
Oh. Hockey cards? Really? You can tell fucking either Canadians or Frenchmen made this. There's no... Alright. Was hockey even that popular in the 40s? I know the league was rolling by then, but had it actually been like pretty well established? Because I mean, NFL was still even a little bit in its nascence at that point.
I'm not sure that it was very popular in America.
Certainly not America. I mean, baseball was it in the 40s. It was baseball and everything else. All right.
Fast Tony, you've said that noir can involve a very dark domestic drama.
Oh, yeah.
Would the Coen brothers' Blood Simple count?
Blood Simple is often cited as a neo-noir. Yeah, and Fargo to a degree, too, I've heard a little bit. Although that does involve police work, that one. A good example of domestic noir is The Strange Love of Martha Ivers. It's probably like the archetypal example. It's literally just a psychodrama between three people. And it's a quintessential noir.
Cult of personality. Given how Lincoln and the Republicans viewed blacks and other non-whites at the time, what led to the 13th Amendment being proposed and then passed?
Well, if you hold with my original hypothesis and many other people's, Thomas DiLorenzo's and so forth, that it was and with Lincoln himself and with his own words, that it was a war measure only, then it was intended to incite a slave revolt, and then it was intended for alternate utility, such as the eventual emancipation of slaves. It was basically an attempt to reshape the South. It was basically early Reconstruction, an attempt to reshape the South electorally, ultimately. And you can't give slaves suffrage until you give them the vote, you can't give them suffrage until you free them, right? Obviously. Also an attempt to reshape. I mean, look, it was an attempt to change demographics, because that would cause a lot of movement, both, from the North to the South and vice versa, which had a number of peripheral benefits for Republicans at that point. I mean, look, the Republican Party was created. It was funny. One of the witless non-arguments.
Do not come.
Perfect timing. One of the witless non-arguments in one of those videos, I forget which one, was that, the Republican Party was created to stop the expansion of slavery into the West. It's like, yeah, because Northern workers viewed blacks as a fucking locust plague that were going to steal their jobs. Abraham Lincoln famously said of the Western territories, quote, "We want these new territories as the homes of free white people." This does not alter the argument in any conceivable fashion. Oh, shit.
Do you know any of his relatives?
His father, Avenarius.
Avenarius? The boxer poet? Didn't he disappear 20 years ago?
Weefy, thank you for the 20. If you guys like Blacksad, then I highly recommend checking out 365th Infantry. It's got wolf people, robots, muscle cars, motorcycles, metal, noir, horror, and action.
He inherited something more than boxing skills from his father, besides the tendency to vanish into thin air, of course. Nice chain.
All right.
It's so on the nose. A boxer is a boxer.
No, he looks like a Rottweiler, actually.
Oh. Generalissimo Liberty. Did the game associate black people with monkeys? Yes, it did.
They were leading a quiet life.
It appears that it did.
Allegedly.
That's ignorant. That's ignorance. No? Can't look around? Okay. Huh. Alright. Look around a little more.
Idle Drifter, thank you for the 20.
Though the fixed
Arctic Nation is in the comics, and they have Black Panther counterpart
I love it.
that are all 100% black animals. The comic itself delves in revenge, murder, and false kidnapping charges.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
It certainly does. Like I said, it's not for kids. It ain't for kids. Okay, yeah, I can't draw any deductions from
Halo
this.
Rim, thank you for the 5.
But the investigation is progressing apace, regardless.
Iron Rider, thoughts on FDR and what made FDR a tyrant? Nice work on the Lincoln vid.
I mean, there's the fact, God, just on the face of it, perhaps the fact that he broke with the tradition of all prior presidents of only lasting two terms.
Unless someone emptied it recently.
Huh.
Zedekiah,
what's your favorite version of Street Fighter 2?
With people like O'Leary, you just never know. I didn't want to put Mary at risk. Why not take her a little something instead?
Gonna pull a Death Wish.
So, favorite version of Street Fighter 2?
Probably hyper fighting, actually. Yeah.
Cicero demands head pats.
Although I really do like HD Remix. Udon did incredible new art for that, and it's a shame that you can't get that game really anywhere anymore. That needs to be released
Mr.
on
Blacksad?
Steam.
What a...
Surprise.
Court's adjourned.
Perfect!
They turn into deep.
Joey told me he was going to spend the afternoon painting the gym and that Bobby would be fixing something up on the roof.
So
after I found the body and called I went to Bobby's place.
You guys are on fucking point tonight.
Oh my god. Are Chinese people in this universe chows?
Oh no.
Oh, Cicero likes neck scratches.
How did you open the door to his apartment?
I think it was already open. Everything is so confusing. I'm sorry, Mr. Blacksad.
Don't be. I'm here to figure it all out. What's your relationship with Bobby Yale?
He was like a son to Joey, and we were about to get married, so, you know.
Okay, I think it's time to set things straight.
Uh-huh.
I know you were cheating on Dunn with Yale. Or was it the other way around?
No. How can you even think of something like that?
How can you convince me otherwise? I found a picture at Yale's apartment. It's you and him on a roller coaster. Care to explain, Miss Purnell?
I'm not white, Mr. Blacksad.
What?
7 of my great-grandparents were white. The 8th was black. According to law, I'm a black citizen, even if my skin says the contrary. Do you know what that means when you're born in North Arlington, Alabama?
I don't know.
Segregated restrooms with far worse stalls for colored people.
We even have different
Stalls!
For God's sake, the separate but equal
Cat
democracy
stalls! You mean litter boxes? What the fuck?
What are the rules?
That crap.
and all the lies. That's why I moved here. No one knows what color my great-grandparents were.
Segregated drinking dishes.
I completely understand you, Mary.
Just think if you were also a woman. He's my nephew, Mr.
Many, many times.
Joe and I first started taking care of poor Bobby. My sister died. That was when he was almost 15.
She's certainly the pick of the litter.
Right.
To Luna Park.
So this is where Joe Dunn comes in.
Bobby was the only one who knew about me and Joey. We were afraid that someone
Bitch
would
has had
use
more
my
hands
past
on her
to
than a petting zoo.
disappear.
It's not the first time I hear that story. You should have told me this sooner.
I've been hiding it all my life. I'm sorry.
You ain't black.
Mary smells like... Actually, the whole room smells like a pie fresh out of the oven. So I can't identify any other fragrances.
Fo Chung, the Daily Wire is more aggressive with its contracts than Satan.
TV
Emperor
and radio
Creatine.
all in one. Where will these mad times lead us?
TV radio combos are fucking awesome.
Thank you for the 20. Terengale narrowed his eyes in suspicion as he entered the Barnes & Noble. There on the shelf he found copies of Razor's new book, next to a collection of Battletech source books. He's not getting me this
The whole
time.
room smells like pie.
Can I zoom in on the pie? Nothing in the pictures? Okay.
Joseph Smith found out last month that I'm bipolar. On the upside, I got a Switch around the same time as you did. Any Zelda reviews in the works?
Maybe, if I play them. I thought you were going to make a joke about polar supremacy there. Okay. Looks like that's
Black
all.
Bull, since you mentioned the Lusitania in the last video, any chance of a future video?
On it? I mean, I don't see a reason to, but I might mention it or something in the future.
About Sonia Dunn and the ring. Well, I told her about you and Joe Dunn. I had no choice.
And what did she say?
I don't think she took it too well, but she might come to understand it.
Maybe. But I'm not so sure you'll be able to keep my other secrets safe.
Are you sure you don't know where your nephew is?
I've looked everywhere. He's nowhere to be found.
Don't worry. I'll find him.
Thank you.
That cherry pie smells so good. I'm starting to get hungry.
I thought cats love lasagna.
Thanks. I pulled it out of the oven right before you arrived. Oh, where are my manners? I'm the worst hostess in the world.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, don't you have a tail?
Let me go get a
Yeah,
knife from the
I haven't seen a single tail on any of them.
And you must be thirsty. Let me see. OJ, coffee?
Milk?
I'll take some coffee, thanks.
Huh.
She's wearing the same clothes in both pictures, so she's probably telling the truth. That's some beautiful artwork you got there.
What? That's it?
I guess. I guess that's my excuse. I was scoping out artwork.
Ah. Cult of personality, given the misconception about reps and Dems during the Civil War, what do you think happened between 1860 and now to get the Dems and reps we have in present day? That's a lot.
No, I mean, the Democrat explanation is pretty simple. The Whig wing of the Democrats wound up being the prevailing wing. And on the Republican side, really, I think it's more a function of the Taft-Roosevelt schism during the Progressive era, where at the beginning of Taft's administration, he was a vassal, basically, of Roosevelt and a statist. More of a traditional Lincolnian, Hamiltonian kind of Republican. And then as his administration wore on, he became less and less of a statist and more on the libertarian side of things. And that provided the cue for people like Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge. And we've basically had that vein ever since. Taft is really actually very, very important in the development of the Republican Party. He isn't credited enough. But he, in fairness, he was like making the turn. He wasn't all the way there. All right, let's see here.
I couldn't help but notice a queen-size bed in the room.
You what?
Sorry. I had to make sure Bobby Yale wasn't hiding in there.
Oh, yeah, sure. Joey bought this place. It was going to be our home after the wedding. I left my apartment and moved in so I could save some money.
If he had left his own apartment and moved in, you could have saved twice the money.
I'm no hooker, Mr. Blacksad.
Ha. Yeah.
E. Smith, either of you gents ever enjoy a cigar?
No.
Now that there's almost no pie left, the scent has also disappeared.
No, I can't say I have.
Interesting. Now Mary smells like a huge dog.
Oh my.
When are you going to stop lying? I know your nephew is here. I can smell him.
What? No. I already told you I don't know where he is.
Stop playing around and tell me. Where is he?
You can search the whole house if you want. Go ahead. He's not here.
That's terror.
Look, if he's making you do this, just tell me. I'll protect you.
Bobby would never do that.
Is there more? Aha. Okay.
Oh.
Wait a minute. She's not the one who smells like that. That's where Bobby Yale's scent is coming from. So, that's why you were sitting there.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Bitch.
Could you step aside so I can check, please?
Please go.
Mary, for Christ's sake, put that knife down, would you?
Leave or I'll...
Mary, I came here to help.
I mean it.
I don't want to hurt you.
Whoa! Shit! 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 Fuck! Oh, what the fuck? Okay, 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 okay. I assume I have limited time here. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. What is it?
Something to grab, probably.
Oh, I guess. Shit! Falcon Punch! Jesus Christ, a Rottweiler versus a cat? I've seen how this goes. Oh, did I fuck up? He fucking crushed my head. I don't know what I did wrong there. I think I'm dead. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. The fuck?
Call an ambulance.
What?
Do as I say. Go on, call an ambulance.
Big dogs have heart problems.
In the face of a heart attack, there's two things you can't forget.
Pulse? The fuck? Oh, 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 oh.
He died suddenly.
2. 1 chest compression per second.
Oh, boy.
1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi.
Bobby. Oh, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby. Thank you.
You're a good boy.
Yep, right.
I had lots of reasons to consider this a great day. I had investigated a suicide case. I had discovered that, in truth, we were dealing with a murder. I had found and captured the prime suspect. And I had saved a life. And yet, everything in me screamed that something was going wrong. Terribly wrong.
Sterling Sapien, thoughts on Chris Cornell?
Thoughts on Chris Cornell? I like his voice. I'm not a huge Soundgarden fan or anything, but I like Chris Cornell as a singer.
I like to think we're not just vigilantes.
What the hell?
Bang, bang, bang!
A fair amount of violence, extortion, and casualty.
I hate detectives.
Bang, bang, bang!
You're dead meat, cat.
That you, Smirnoff?
You seem agitated. Nightmare?
How long have I been sleeping?
I just got here. Anyway, why don't you go home? In his current condition, Yale's not going anywhere. Besides, we'll take it from here.
Want to go outside? Want to go outside?
Who is that? Can we trust him?
I know how to pick my men, John. You? I'm not so sure. You promised me you wouldn't intervene.
If I hadn't intervened, Bobby Yale could be dead.
If you had warned me, maybe we could have avoided a heart attack. Anyway, what's done is done.
The Holtonator,
Nice.
about halfway done with my book editing. So excited. Thanks for all you do.
Godspeed and good luck with it.
When exactly did you realize that he killed Dunn?
I didn't. Fucking smoking porn.
If they start playing poker.
Out of sheer curiosity.
Right?
I'm a cop after all.
When I saw his picture with Mary at Luna Park, I just knew something was off.
How about the motive? Any ideas?
I know Dunn wanted to call the fight off after something Yale did, but I still don't know what.
In any case, hopefully Yale will tell us more.
Would you let me ask him some questions when he wakes up?
I know you will, with or without my permission, so I'd rather not feel betrayed. In exchange, drop by the station when you can. Your investigation could really help my men. Who, by the way, must be waiting for me to interrogate Mary Purnell. Boy, she was hard to pry from.
The Virgin Mary. Holy shit! I think we just answered a question. The Virgin Mary is a dog.
Don't go too soft on her. That girl's quite the liar.
Will do. Thanks for the advice. And as for you, go get some rest. God knows you need it.
Wow. Jesus is a dog in this world. That's amazing.
Tell the nurses to look at that face of yours. You look like a film detective in his last scene.
I'm afraid this film isn't over yet.
For your sake, I hope you're wrong. You're in charge now, officer.
Okay.
I'll send you relief in 6 hours. Understood?
Doctor.
Who are...
Oh, detective. Congratulations. You fared pretty well against that kid. Better than most would have.
Thank you, Dr. Lizardstein.
Do I look like I fared well to you?
Dr. Iguana Blat. Oh, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope, Palmer. Alright, let's see here. Nope. Oh, maybe something behind him? No.
We, as a society, simply don't trust reptiles. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is our extended belief that there's logic to that distrust, that it's natural and well-founded. How's Yale? Is he awake?
Oh yeah. Go check on him before he falls asleep again.
I mean, he is like a monitor
Try
lizard,
not
it
to
looks
bother
like.
him with too many questions.
Will this have long-term effects on his health?
It's too soon to tell. He did have a heart attack after all.
Huh. Okay. Wiggles. Jeremy Boring. We're ready to give you a 4-year contract for $50 million. What do you mean 80 million?
Go away.
We can't afford 100 million. 120 million is just too much. Where are we gonna get 150 million?
I rarely get to interrogate a suspect with his guard down in a place as quiet as this. Getting the chance to study his body language with no distractions is a rare gift. He's clenching his fist, a sign of contained anger.
There we go.
He's looking straight at me. If he couldn't hold my stare, I'd think he's lying. But that's not the case.
A veteran. I feel like some 40k Templars are gonna smash through the wall and start blasting y'all of you.
His heart rate is increasing. It could mean that he's lying. But it could also just be pure, unadulterated rage. Clenched fist.
It could mean he has human nipples.
Fixed stare. He feels some genuine rage towards me. I'm sorry you don't want to see me, but...
I am a fucking cat, and you are a fucking Rottweiler.
And I did kind of kick your
I
ass.
saved your life, son.
Maybe my aunt feels gratitude. I certainly don't. Luckily, I just got my medication. I'll be snoozing soon.
All right, I'll just cut to the chase.
Did I already... Oh, no, I didn't get everything.
Yeah, depending on what species you are, shouldn't he have like 6 nipples?
What's up?
Depending on what species you are, shouldn't he have like 6 nipples or something?
No shit.
Is he lying? Or did his heart rate speed up out of rage?
Oh, I see. You
He
can...
can't look me in the eye. I'd say he's lying.
Man, thank you for the 5.
Who killed Joe Dunn?
What? Are you trying to confuse me? Joe hanged himself.
Dunn was too short to hang himself with that rope.
So, it's true? He was murdered.
Let's see if he's...
His pupils just dilated. Did I surprise him? Is he holding back his rage?
Ashley.
Here we
I
go.
know the murder weapon was yours.
What? The rope? I don't get it. What weapon do you mean?
Don't play with me, boy. The chest expander.
An expander? I've never had one of those.
All right. Let's just say that I believe you. The murderer killed Dunn with a chest expander and planted evidence to make us believe it was suicide. But he also left enough clues behind to make sure we found the true murder weapon. Then he put the chest expander box in your locker to frame you.
That is a little convenient.
Anyone that twisted, and who also happens to have a motive.
I don't know.
Maybe it was What am I saying? Jake could never pull off something like that. Nothing.
Yeah, he's
Never
pretty
mind.
retarded.
What about Sonia Dunn?
Sonia? I doubt it. She's odd, but she's his daughter.
I've seen worse, believe me. Desmond O'Leary certainly seems twisted enough. Did he have anything against Dunn?
I'm not sure if they knew each other. At least not in person. About a month ago, Joe kicked one of O'Leary's men out of the gym. He was trying to give a business card to...
Jacob's Giambi.
Yeah, exactly. Did Jake tell you about that?
Something like that. What about Frank Cassidy? Do you think he has a motive?
Maybe. A few weeks ago, Joe took me to a boxing managers association meeting.
Headed by Cassidy.
Yeah. He was obsessed with making it illegal for boxers to fight without a manager, or without an associated manager. Everyone seemed to go along with it until Joe spoke up. He said that would lower us to mob status. That Cassidy had founded the association just to make money by monopolizing the sport. That made others think twice. And Cassidy ended up empty-handed.
Okay.
Blacksad, I think I owe you an, You know, my father disappeared when I was 6, right after winning a fight.
Now I'm
We never
Daredevil.
heard from him again.
Huh.
Do you know what that does to a kid?
It was
Who
Kingpin.
knows where I'd be if Joe Dunn hadn't been in my life. Even when I lost my way and put a gun to his head years later, he still took me under his wing and managed to steer me in the right direction. And now that he's gone, you're risking your life to find his murderer. Thanks.
Thank you for...
But Cicero, literally. Alright, what's this?
What?
Oh.
Cicero wants attention.
There's boots under there. Can I compare the size?
Ashley, could you tell us about your experience with teaching in Asian countries?
Not teaching. I did volunteer work in Japan. Alright, let's see here. Are those the right size?
Kilroy was here. Thank you for the 20. Longtime viewer, first time super chat. I must thank you for introducing me to The Shadow, both the radio drama and the pulp novels. I love the 2 audiobooks you did. Do you think you'd ever do more of them?
I'd love to.
Proportional to my hours of sleep. Ah, damn.
Damn it, Blizz. Fistradamus, I'm glad you were vindicated about the Daily Wire.
Is that eye movement normal?
Fucking mastiffs are like that, by the way. That's actually true to life. Cicero sleeps with his fucking eyes open, fucking moving around and shit. It's weird.
Ryan, thank you for the
It's a
5.
common mastiff thing, apparently.
Saggy Bones, who is the best governor of Arizona?
Hands say a lot about what's going on inside a person.
The best governor of Arizona? Man, in my lifetime, we've had some shit governors after shit governors. Maybe Jane Hull, because she didn't do that much. She just took over for a disgraced governor who got kicked out of office for being corrupt and embezzling.
Should I tell someone?
She just kept her fucking head down.
What about, Oh, no. Well, wait. Am I thinking of mayor or governor?
Oh, God, where are you going to put that?
See? There's
Ah!
no whatsoever. He must be having a nightmare.
Are you sure?
Wouldn't you have nightmares too after what he went through yesterday? I know I sure wouldn't sleep.
I have nightmares myself, but those go way back.
Oh, the poor thing. Do you know what my nightmare is? It's that Which I have
Is
to
it
work.
your makeup job and those glasses?
She's got trauma surgery at 12:30, but I wish it were a little sooner, you know?
Wait a cow, how are hamburgers made?
Right?
Thank you for letting me know. And for bringing him in. You don't know how excited I am to be involved in a criminal case.
It might not be important, but I need to take a look at his medical report.
Metal Ninja. Razor, I once asked you about 2 years ago to explain Ben Shapiro, and you summarized him as a gatekeeper who gatekept. Well said, down the gate. Bobcat, thank you for the 2. Jake the Snake, who do you think would have been more successful as POTUS in their respective decades? Goldwater or Pat Buchanan?
Oh, man. I would say Goldwater's the choke point more so, because if Goldwater wins, no great society happens. And if no great society happens, and then the Ted Kennedy immigration bill doesn't happen, and we probably don't need a Pat Buchanan in the 90s. So, yeah, Goldwater was a huge, huge fulcrum point, and America chose poorly. Very, very, very poorly. Okay, she's been at Yale's place recently.
Dylan, any thoughts on Herbert Hoover?
Here we go.
No, the footprints don't match. If Yale killed Dunn, he did it without stepping in the paint or in different shoes.
Well, that settles that question. Okay.
Thoughts on Herbert Hoover?
I don't have any.
Okay. The Great Scalzini, the best noir detective, Tracer Bullet. Not familiar. Gadget Boy, thank you for the 5.
Dunn's Jim. Jake Ostiombe speaking.
Okay.
Jake, it's Blacksad. I just wanted to...
I have work to do, John. Call you later. Ronald, get on that ring!
Why does he sound like Mr. T? Fuck. Maybe I'll feed some information to my boy.
Official rec mate. How about giving Conker's Bad Fur Day a try? I'd love to play that.
Yeah, I love that. I actually have it on my Series X, so that's definitely on the list.
Hi, Ray.
Hi. Who are you?
Take a guess. I already gave you a clue. I know your name, so...
I don't know.
That means I'm a detective.
No way. My Uncle John is a real detective. He's way cooler than you.
No argument, kid.
You're Uncle John. Uncle John.
Succubus with goblins.
It's Uncle John. I guessed it.
You got me, Ray. Congrats.
What did I win?
What do you want?
A gun. Bang, bang.
Well, it is the 40s. You earned it.
All right. You've earned it. How about a toy gun?
Come on, Uncle John. It's not fair. It's not fair. Oops, Mom's coming. Bye, Uncle John.
Ray, is that the way you say goodbye to your uncle?
Oops. Love you, Uncle John.
Now go put on your jacket. We're late.
It's not fair.
Donna. Well, I just landed an unexpected case. One that actually pays.
Hey, that is unexpected. You getting paid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Can't argue with
bitch.
that.
Hey, we're kind of in a hurry. Ray's got a dentist appointment. I'll call you soon, okay? I'm really sorry.
Sure. One last thing.
Ray, hurry up. We have to go.
Have you heard from Dad lately?
Not since his last letter. Same old, same old. Okay, now I really have to go. Bye, John.
Bye, Uncle John.
Bastard Luigi.
Randomly called his sister for no reason?
Tracer Bullet is Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. Oh, is it one of his little play fantasies?
Dixon Hill.
There you go.
Oh, is that something? No, I can't. All right.
Stealth Creations. Do you know what my nightmares are? Scene transitions out to nursing, to a nurse serving slice of pie, to the shell-shocked detective as she smokes a cigar. That night, he swore he'd never again.
Oh
ask
my God!
for
We
smoke
found
pie.
out what Jesus is.
I can't see from the picture. what
He's
it-
not a doge. He's a lion.
Ah, Jesus is a lion.
That is appropriate.
It's Aslan.
Yep. That's my favorite thing about fucking J.R.R. Tolkien, his little half shade at his best friend, C.S. Lewis. I detest allegory in all of its various manifestations, as old as I have been able to detect it. Meanwhile, my best friend has a best-selling series. It's sold probably more than Lord of the Rings. That is probably the most prominent example of allegory in history. Fuck you, best friend. Alright, let's...
FX Caliber. Microsoft just laid off 10,000 employees, and Phil Spencer is begging for an end to cancel culture. Are the ESGs running out for big corpos?
I mean, I have a feeling in the case of Microsoft, it probably has a little more to do with the ongoing chip shortage, considering they are a computer, you know, they're a computer-based business, overwhelmingly. Let's see here.
Opinionated Junkie, is Hobbs coming for your guns in AZ?
She can try. I mean, that was put up for a vote in the state of Arizona, and it passed overwhelmingly, so I'm not as worried about that one. The bitch knows, too, that she can't really move on guns. That's not a popular stance in this state.
I'll take a pack of more of these, please.
Of course, one of her political stances is... Oh my God!
Get me a pack of
George
Marlboro,
Washington was a cat! Sell cigarettes in the hospital. I fucking love it.
Also, a single dollar is enough to bribe someone back then. Not even a 5.
It was worth something. I mean, dude, fucking comic books are how many cents?
True.
They ran several tests on Bobby Yale last night after admitting him. Have the results come in yet?
No, I don't think so, handsome.
I won't be able to read Yale's medical report if she's around.
Well, what to do? What to do?
Niotsu. Lincoln introduced Thanksgiving as a holiday. Was there anything weird about that we don't know about?
Not really. Hold on a second. Not really. Although, given Abraham Lincoln's policy toward the Native Americans, doesn't exactly come off well. Because now it's like Thanksgiving is the big give thanks to the Native Americans and whatever. It's all about unity between us and the Native Americans. And then who's one of Lincoln's main generals? Oh, just Sherman. Hey, how does Sherman and the Native Americans get along? It was so funny when I was looking up more information on the drowning event where Sherman just basically let a bunch of fucking recently liberated slaves drown in a river. When I was looking up more information about that, fucking the history profession is so filled with propagandists that every time I searched for Sherman River crossing, it was all a bunch of lefty commie wankifying about how he had to cross a river in South Carolina, and he basically bribed a local Indian tribe into helping him across the river, and that to them was an example of how Sherman and the Lincoln administration were tolerant of other cultures. When they bribed them, they did what they wanted. Fuck. It took me forever to actually find much less to find a video documentary about that incident. It was crazy. And of course, it was a bunch of black people who were complaining about Sherman in that video. Nobody else, no white historians would complain about William Tecumseh Sherman. Just blacks. Fuck.
Sonic R1, thank you for the 5.
Okay.
Spider Eternal, thank you for the 2.
It seems like the Doe nurse will be assisting Dr. Talbot during his 12:30 surgery.
Did I really need to deduce that?
4 hours. Could I get them to operate any sooner?
HP Lovecraft.
What am I gonna fuck up her patient? Is that...
Regarding samurai films, you mentioned you're going through the Zatoichi films.
Yeah.
Did you get the Criterion set?
I did, the whole thing. It's awesome.
And have you seen Harakiri yet?
I haven't, no.
I'd highly recommend it.
Can you get them to operate sooner?
As well as Kurosawa's Ron. I've heard of Ron, and I've heard it's good.
Oh.
Deposit Frylock, thank you for the 5. Kel Kidman, thank you for the 10.
Sherry speaking.
He answered that question earlier.
Dr. Talbot, please.
Yes, 1 minute. No, actually, Dr. Talbot won't be in until 12:30 according to my registry. Can I ask who's calling, please?
Jet! Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello, my name is Mr. Burns.
Sherry, this is Dr. Talbot. We have to reschedule the 12:30 procedure.
Yes, what's your first name, Dr. Talbot?
5 minutes. If anyone
I
gives you an
don't
injury,
know.
Tell them it's a matter of life or death. Understood?
A matter of life and death. A matter of life and death. You gotta be kidding me.
I like how the giraffe chick, number 1, doesn't have a long neck, and number 2, did her nails. Oh, shit. She's still there.
All right, now. How do I put this? I need something that you...
Oh. Only if you guess why I'm giving it to you.
Oh, right.
You want to help me solve...
That is not a camel. Shut up,
Well,
guys.
aren't you smart? But be quick about it. You hear me, huh? If that
The ears are what gave it away for me. It had to be a giraffe.
Copper Owl. Kennedy, you're going too fast. Pull up. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Ah, you know doctors. The top handwriting is mine. Let's see.
extra systole and dehydration.
It's Leslie Jones.
Extra what?
You know, arrhythmia, like skipped heartbeats.
What about this here?
It's a good thing I know that Mr. Yale is in Dr. Ferguson's hands. Otherwise, I'd be worried.
Hey, no means no, miss.
You really don't know who I am, do you?
Miss, I've got orders. And the fact is, those orders say that...
There you are, Miss Dunn.
Huh?
Tell him, Blacksad. I can't get through that thick skull of his.
You see, Highfill,
She's my wife.
she's the owner of Yale's gym.
A woman?
Whether the kid recovers or not,
A woman?
is entirely on her.
Between you and me, and all due respect, miss, but aren't we taking this woman's liberation a little too far?
No!
This game, dude!
But she's your responsibility.
Oh, shit!
Thanks for convincing the cop.
I didn't want you to make a fuss over this.
Do I seem like a drama queen to you?
No.
Anyway, you did your job. I'll send you a check the day after the fight. You can leave now.
Yeah, I can, but will I?
Is she reaching for something?
Hello? Ma'am?
No. She's gonna do something stupid. Sonia, don't.
He killed my father. You said so yourself.
Well, now I think he didn't. Sonia, I have reasons to believe he's innocent.
He almost killed you in that floozy's apartment. How could he not be guilty?
Your father wouldn't want you to do this. He was a just man, and this is not justice.
Shut up. None of that matters. How could he not be guilty?
Since nothing else is working, it's time to bluff it.
Oh, boy.
I emptied that gun when I found it in the safe. No.
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 Oh, wow! Whoops! Ah! Holy shit!
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Whoops!
He killed my father. You said
Okay, I did not choose the correct combination.
Well, now I think he didn't. Sonia,
I shouldn't leave the body lying.
Lucy's apartment. How could he not be guilty?
Oh, shit. Okay, okay, okay.
you can't take justice into your own hands. Believe me, it will haunt you as long as you live.
Shut up. None of that matters. How could he not be guilty?
Your father sacrificed everything to pay your way through college. If you do this, you'll destroy the future your father wanted you to have.
I'd like to order some beef with broccoli, and it had better be real beef. I've eaten enough pussy to know if it tastes like cat.
That was oddly appropriate.
Yeah. She just fast-tracked her ATF application. Anakin, no.
Jesus here.
Uncle Tim.
Sweetie, I came back from Los Angeles as soon as I could.
What the fuck is with your species?
Come on now.
He's a lion, but she's a normal cat?
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
No, this is John Blacksad, the detective who found Bobby.
Oh, so this is strictly professional. I thought you had some good news for your uncle.
No, Uncle Tim, don't be silly.
Don't be silly. Look at you.
Yeah, that's a double action. You might not want to kick that.
As dazzling as the brightest of stars. Every single man in this city should be at your feet.
Come
on, we'd better let him rest.
This is
You're just gonna leave a loaded gun under the bed?
I see. Let's say you're right and Bobby Yale is innocent. Who should we focus on now?
We?
Well, your father turned down my money, but he made me promise one thing, that I'd take care of you if anything happened to him.
But I can...
I know you're perfectly capable of managing that gym on your own, but we don't even know if he'll be ready to fight Stone. Besides, someone seems really invested in stopping that fight, and someone has to pay Mr. Blacksad to get to the bottom of all this. Please, talk some sense into her.
Okay.
Your uncle is right. Your father wouldn't have wanted you to go through this alone.
See? Listen to the detective.
All right. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you so much.
All right, stop crying or you'll ruin your makeup, honey.
Your
Now fix
cat
yourself
makeup.
up and I'll buy you some breakfast.
Wait, my purse.
I'll get it. It must be...
Blacksad, wait a minute. I think she needs some time alone. Just
I don't think she does.
Listen, boy. Do whatever it takes to find Joe's murderer. Whatever it takes. If things get messy, don't worry. I'll clean them up. Deal?
I'm not a vigilante.
Well, suit yourself. Just get that ball to the end zone.
No. Are you telling stories about the great Iron Arm again?
Wait a minute. Of course. The Milestones quarterback. Tim Iron Arm Thorpe.
It's a good thing folks usually recognize me sooner. Blacksad, you coming to breakfast?
I'd love to, but I have to go ask for a favor.
All right.
Let's see. Read that.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
The Grizzly, thank you for the 20. I know you like Sinking City, but there's another good Lovecraft game called Call of Cthulhu. I know.
I streamed it.
We streamed it, yes.
Or demanded, if worse came to worst.
Tell me the bear has a Russian accent, rather.
Richard Slammer. This game would probably be your bread and butter, Razor. But are you okay with the funny animal skins?
Here we go. I don't know what you mean. Okay.
Andrew Van Halen, what are your thoughts on Kronos' solo albums after he left Venom?
I like them. They're good. Okay.
Colt's House, love the Lincoln Rage, beautiful, a masterpiece.
Donors will be assisting. Okay.
Shadow Fox, thank you for the 20. Who says this game isn't progressive for women? They've got Michelle Obama competing for the heavyweight belt.
You stop it. You stop it right now. Okay.
Danny numero 6, what do you think of Dune as a novel?
I like the world building. I've said this before. I like the world building. I hate the pacing of the novel. It's very, very slow. In novel form. It maybe worked a little more better when it was serialized in whatever the magazine was that it was originally in. Okay. It is essentially, by the way, a pulp, Dune. It was originally published in serialized form in a magazine, just as a pulp would have been. Okay. He had a heart attack, dehydration from a panic attack. That? Ah.
Huh. That lizard isn't Yale's doctor.
Reptilians! It all comes back to reptilians.
Pig and Bear Man, If the Tolkien estate gave you full authority to make a Lord of the Rings show, what setting and storyline would you pick to flush out?
If they gave me license to make a Lord of the Rings show, I wouldn't make a Lord of the Rings show. I'd make a Middle-earth show. I would make my own thing while being respectful to the world itself, set in a corner that wouldn't interfere too much with the lore, and I would keep a consistent tone with the books and some of the Jackson films. That's what I would do.
So, Shadow of Mordor.
Blow me.
David, when Blacksad uses a phone, is it considered catcalling?
Stop it! Oh.
Dick Butt, unfortunately...
When somebody doesn't answer, does he say, "Cat got your All right, let's continue. Sorry.
Dick Butt, unfortunately in Korea, the Seoul sinking has been completely hijacked by hardcore leftists.
Oh, absolutely. I noticed that too. It was politicized so quickly.
They milked the tragedy to attack all conservatives like BLM.
The candle protests and shit. Yeah,
This one's got
I am aware of
just
that.
like Jake.
And it's ridiculous because the takeaway from that tragedy should clearly be that you should be encouraging your children to take the initiative and question authority, not immediately fucking accede to it. And of course, what's the fundamental message of leftism? File in with the rest of the crowd and don't question authority.
Hey, hi.
Hey, focus, will you?
Mr. Phaedrus, thank you for that 50. Just listened to your story and had to tell you how good it was.
Really? Well, thank you so much.
No. Do I consider him a friend? Yes.
Been a while since I heard a tale simply told. Without any subtext. Digging what you're doing. Thanks for it.
Godspeed. Thank you very much. Shoe size? No. That would seem like a pertinent detail.
I hope he never feels inclined to hit me. He's twice my size.
I'm not sure I understand the significance of this.
Hey, Jake.
Not now, John.
Oh, shit. Maybe now? No. Nothing new to be gleaned from that.
Colt's House would love to see Must Buy incorporate and integrate Bitchute with Twitter and host guys like you. Clank Hex, Crowder, Moore, and Let It Fly Loose.
It sounds like he has dropped a couple of threats of buying YouTube. Which, who knows? Depending on how much the price tag was, and I think it would be higher than Twitter, that might be a good buy as far as the big social media integration thing that he's been working on. What is that called? Like Social X or something X? I forget exactly what the name of that thing is that he's been working on for the longest fucking time. Phone doesn't work suddenly. Okay.
Oh, can you ring the bell?
Ring the bell. Okay. Let me ask Donna Summer.
All right, that's enough. Take 5. Go on.
Really? A bell distracted you that much? Like how he's got the same hairdo as Jermaine Jackson.
John?
The big old flat top.
What's so important?
Have you noticed anything strange about Sonia?
9/11.
Yesterday,
She did 9/11.
it also seemed like she wanted to save the place. Do you get any of this? I sure don't.
The gym is paying her way through college, and she still has a year left. I guess she doesn't have any other option. Why are you coaching that guy?
Oh, that's right. You don't know. Sonya asked me to run the gym. Well, at least the fun part. As soon as Bobby Yale's back on his feet, I'll turn him into a champ. I'll make him crush stone. Just you wait. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Is it the first time you coached anyone?
Yeah, but you think I can't do this, don't you? Well, screw you.
That look.
We'll win that fight.
Could you tell me where O'Leary's headquarters are?
What for? No. You could get me into trouble. No way.
You lied to me yesterday. And being the good friend that I am, I kept your secret. You owe me. I don't think I'd keep protecting you if we weren't friends. Although, if we were friends, you wouldn't hesitate to help me. Tell me, Jake, are we friends or not?
Damned cat.
I like how his last name is perilously close to Harambe, by the way.
But I don't even know how to get in.
Well, I'll see you tonight.
Wait, were we supposed to meet?
Of course. Your place, 11 p.m. See you
Dick's
there.
out.
Ronald, the break's over.
After 30 hours of work and several beatings, every bone in my body ached for a bed.
Now it's my turn.
Blackmail, sad.
Because the night ahead...
He literally is a blackmail in this thing.
Jake's sweaty gunt finally got around to checking out your content and watching your Lincoln vid. Great stuff, man. I'll have to tune in more often.
Godspeed.
Number one,
Thank
Schmuck, thoughts on the new Marlowe film out next month. Is Liam Neeson the right choice to play Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, I liked the trailer. I like the vibe they're going with. But I was not sold, at least from that trailer, I was not sold on Liam Neeson as Marlowe. But with that said, there's a lot of different interpretations of Marlowe. You know, there's everything from Humphrey Bogart, who's more diminutive and whatever, more streetwise, to Richard Powell or Dick Powell, who did more of a comedic style, but fucking nailed it. Like, Dick Powell is great as Marlowe. To Powers Booth, who has a Texas accent and is taller and a little more intimidating physically with that kind of gravelly voice. So, like, there's a lot of different, and of course Mitchum. So I'll reserve judgment. I'm definitely going to watch this movie. I'm definitely going to watch Marlowe. I'll give it a shot. I mean, fuck. It's been years since there's been a Philip Marlowe movie in a movie theater. I'm actually kind of excited to go see it, actually. We're going to get a proper film noir. Hopefully. I hope it's a good one.
Big McLarge huge. Trust the plan. 2 more weeks, Arthur.
Swift.
Sensei Reuse. Razor, speaking of Anthro comics, ever read Mouse?
Yes, I did. And Mouse Guard is really good if you like Redwall. If you want to...
Well, let me think.
Fantasy comic.
Come on, Jake, for Christ's sake. Strain that little boxer brain. You must know something.
I've come to get O'Leary several times, but they always make me wait in the dining room. One day it was so late that the restaurant was closed. They made me call from a payphone in that alley over there to let them know I was here. A few minutes later, O'Leary came out the back door, that red one there.
All right. You stay by the payphone. Wait till I'm inside. If you see anyone, call the same number you did that one time. Let it ring twice and hang up. Got it?
Screw you.
A promising night indeed.
All right.
Animate Acumen has gifted a sub. Make sure you say thank you. And has resubbed himself for 32 months. Thank you. Forgot to re-up. 32 months. Huzzah.
Godspeed.
Libertas Libre.
Thank you for joining the Razor Force.
Thank you for subbing for 6 months. And Ghostbedine, thank you for the 100 bits.
It's too high to climb. If the basement I'm looking for were in that building.
The only unique thing I can tell you about Ukraine, I was in a dream where I was in school, and these Ukrainian goth models were being friendly to me and trying to get into my pants. I don't remember much after that, other than they were trying to kill me. So the rest of the dream was just a video game boss fight, and I won. So that was cool. Well, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thanks for passing that one along.
Animate Acumen, thank you for the 100 bits. And Ghostbedine, thank you for the 100 bits.
Let's see here.
If could it be an elevator shaft? How does this thing open?
The Grizzly, what do you think of Trump rejoining Twitter? Do you think that Twitter will try to shadow ban him? Or ban him over hate speech or some other BS?
I don't think so. No. I think Elon Musk made a calculation. He wanted the optical moment of... He wanted the optics of being the guy to unban the president, to sort of right that wrong. He wanted those kind of cred points. I think that would wipe those out. He doesn't want to do that. And then I don't think Trump is going to do a whole lot except, you know, look, he's ahead of a presidential run. He recognizes this is an important billboard for him to get that message out, and it definitely is. Twitter was a huge driver for his momentum in 2016. There's no doubt about that. And it was a blessing and a curse for him when he was president. It gave him a direct line to his audience, right? But at the same time, it also gave all of his enemies daily fuel against him and a constant source of hysteria, a renewable source of hysteria for the mainstream media that was dedicated to his decimation. So, yeah, I don't think so. I think Trump will kind of be on his best behavior. Looking at how he writes on his own platform, on Truth Social, which is not terrible, by the way. I've used it several times. I just don't see him being all that spicy. We'll see. We'll see.
Steven, thank you for the 5.
Oh.
No. The plan will only work if O'Leary doesn't know I've been here.
Gridiron Masters, have you heard the female lead of Unleash the Archers?
What?
Have you heard the female lead of Unleash the Archers?
The one I made fun of like an hour ago?
Oh, well, there you go.
Would he even notice if I got in? Does he need a shotgun to deal with suppliers?
It's a nice shotty.
I'm guessing it lights up when they ring at the main door. Maybe it leads to the basement.
My grandma had one of those old-timey wall telephones with the earpiece that you hung up on the wall.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I was bummed when she got rid of that thing. That thing was so fucking cool.
Something tells me he'd notice me no matter how stealthy I was.
Okay. Gonna have to take an alternate route, it looks like.
Herb Seasoning. Not gonna lie, man. I regret my choice to Prestige on Hunt.
Oh, it's terrible, dude. It's a
Anyway,
terrible choice.
Besides you, Razor, who's the top G of Hunt streaming?
I'm definitely nowhere near the top. Probably the biggest guy out there is Psycho Ghost Gaming. He's really good. He never claims to be the best Hunt player, but he is really good for a particular playstyle. He's known for being a really good sniper stealth guy. Even though for the purposes of content creation, he usually plays the loud bang, bang, shoot, shoot, blow shit up you know, because fucking content creators have to play that way because people have short attention spans. Hunt Showdown, that's the cool thing about the game. You don't have to play any one way. And it's a shame that content creators are so click happy that they don't play any other way than you would. Watching content creators, you would swear the only way you can play Hunt Showdown is to run around like an asshole and set off crows and fucking set off dogs and blow shit up and shoot your guns constantly. You would think that's the only way you can fucking play the game and be good. And the truth is, I dome motherfuckers who play like that all the livelong day. If you make lots of noise, you're basically telling the entire map where you are, and somebody with a scope or even just who has good aim with an iron-sighted rifle can just pick you off from a distance. They can pick you off from one stronghold over if they want to, and you have nobody to blame but yourself because you wanted those Twitch clicks so bad. That's what I like about Psycho Ghost is he actually plays stealthy sometimes, and he's kind of known for that. Plus, he's got connections at Crytek, so he kind of knows what's coming up.
I'm going to take another look. Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, I want to see if there's an alternate way.
Steel Toe Kicks. Thoughts on the Tron franchise? The animated show is super underrated in my opinion.
I wasn't even aware there was an animated show. I only watched the original movie, which is cool. Speaking of BD, Mobius was an art designer on that movie.
You've only ever seen the original?
Nothing back here. Yeah, only ever seen the original. The new one didn't. It didn't look appealing to me at all.
Well, if you ever want to watch it, I have it on Blu-ray.
Had that Matrix thing going on a little bit.
Metal Ninja, Texas Black Metal, otherwise known as Smoked Metal. Very funny.
Dude, what's the band from Texas that actually plays black metal? The relatively well-known one. Prescriptor is the main guy in that. What the fuck is the name of that? What's the name of the band? Why am I blanking on the fucking name of the band? I know the band member's name. I don't know.
Nintendo Wii. Our neighbor's prized pig passed the other day.
I don't see anything.
We had to take it to the slaughterhouse to be disposed of.
Yeah.
A shame. We'll all miss Brian Stelter. Red Wolf Corps revamped.
What do you think?
First Lady. Okay, someone watching TV. There's a trapdoor in the ground. Oh, maybe he can open the trapdoor.
There's a trapdoor in the ground, right by the restaurant. Does that sound familiar?
Huh? The restaurant or the
Oh my god.
trapdoor?
Oh my god.
Okay. Forget it.
What's taking you so long?
You want to switch places?
Should I take the door or the hallway?
There's a guy watching TV inside the restaurant. A red panda, I think.
Doesn't ring a bell. I don't recall any panda waiters.
The carpet store neon sign is still on, even though no one walks down that alley. Don't you find that odd?
I must have forgotten to turn it off. Plus, they're not short on cash. I heard O'Leary say he was gonna buy 10 carpets the other day.
Check out that graffiti. You're in On Leon Tong territory.
Wow, I thought the Tong Wars had ended years ago.
Maybe someone nostalgic just got bored.
Damn Chinese mafias.
Yeah, American mafias are infinitely better, no doubt.
Take the... Yeah, maybe the doorbell.
I need you to go to the front door and ring the bell.
Alright, is there a bar in that alley? Have you been drinking?
Count to 30, ring the bell, then run for the car. Got it?
Whoa, you better send a bunch of Natalias my way after this. So, now what are you gonna do?
I'll open the door with my lockpicks. Once I'm in, I'm still not sure if I'll take the hall or the door on the right.
Might try the door on the right. Oh.
Yeah, I like that lock-picking mechanic.
I do too. It's not super complicated. I mean, it can be fleshed out a little bit more.
I had to give it my all.
Oh.
Red Wolf Core revamp. Thanks for the retweet, Razor.
I love it.
Something else about Korea I think a lot of Westerners get wrong is that the war wasn't capitalism versus communism, but market socialism versus command socialism.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're totally right. South Korea, very, very socialized society, unfortunately.
I read that. Keaton Kitsune, have you played the D&D Dark Sun games or a campaign in the setting?
I have played the Dark Sun, the first Dark Sun video game, and I love it. It's really, really good. I haven't played the sequel. I've heard it has its pluses and its minuses. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting into that. I believe I wound up rebuying them on GOG. So I need to get around to the second one. Those might be games to stream, actually. Okay.
Sideburns, thank you for the 3.
Okay, hopefully I can find a light switch or lamp or something.
Austin Bouchard, what disturbs me most about Lincoln is that he's been... Oh, sorry, I read that. Rising of the Thorn, your Lincoln video honestly exposed how many hypocrites there are among the right-wing allies. I wonder how many of them would bow before groups like the WEF if said group supported their pet issue.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, programming's hard to overcome. It just is. The worship of Lincoln begins at childhood. In our school system, it does, and sometimes it starts even before that, which is, honestly, shouldn't that be a fucking sign? We don't even worship George Washington, you know what I mean? And he was the first one. He's the guy who handed his sword into Congress in probably the most, ironically, turning down the crown. It was probably the most kingly act of any president.
And honest.
The most worthy of being described as a kingly and chivalrous act. And we don't worship that guy, but Lincoln, the railroad lawyer, he's the provably corrupt railroad lawyer who rerouted an entire railroad just so that he could personally profit. That's the guy we fucking worship. Jesus Christ. It's gotta be. This is like a small area.
Somebody brings up a good point. He's a cat. Why does he need a lighter?
That's a good point. Oh, no.
The game goes out of the way to tell you that his senses are so sharp he doesn't need, normal things like that.
I just saw an A. There we go. Got it. Hey, look! A flashlight. A flashlight. Not a torch, you limey fucks.
Buford T. Justice, thank you for the 20. Loved your Lincoln video. Would love to see you do a video on the history of the Council of Foreign Relations. Recommend a documentary called Shadow Ring, based on the council.
Oh, thanks for the recommendation.
Bastard Luigi, thank you for the 2.
Open this. I hope I didn't miss anything back there.
Richard Slimer, thank you for the 5.
I was expecting some frozen bodies.
Ah. Come on. There we go. Boy, it is a bitch. Really? It's a bitch with those button tap prompts. They are not forgiving.
Sweeping Hamster, thank you for the 2. Cult of personality. Let's say the Civil War never happened, or the North lost. Do you believe that Europe would eventually convince the South to free slaves like they did? They did.
Well, I make the less elevated position that I think it's more likely
that people really pay money to see this stuff.
It's more likely that the slave class in the South would have continued to evolve into a serf class, which was already beginning to happen. You don't give financial incentives to slaves. You don't have employment contracts for slaves. You don't let slaves hold patents. The South did. And that's not because they loved slaves and loved black people. It's just because slave labor is inefficient. And they realized that slaves worked harder if they weren't treated so much like slaves. So the bigger plantations were starting to add those things, financial incentives and, dare I say, even like salaries. So it was beginning to become a serf class, which the significance of that is not that serfdom's good. Serfdom's fucking terrible too. Right? Owning a human being is terrible, and glorified ownership of a human being through serfdom is bad. Just ask, all the serfs in modern day America. But the significance of that is that it's easier to free serfs than it is to free slaves. So I think that probably naturally would have happened. I don't think it would have taken much persuading from Europe, and I don't think Europe really would have been inclined to do so. It is more likely that over the couple of decades after the Civil War, the South would have slowly transitioned into that serfdom phase. And then look at Russia. Russia had freed their serf class just a few years before the Civil War, I believe. So it's a lot easier to free serfs than slaves. Let's see here.
Lime Paul, how's Carrie's case going? Anything going on?
Apparently she has a big announcement to make that she's being kind of vague about in the next couple of weeks. So, I don't know. My curiosity is piqued. She's going along with her appeals, and she's not stopping, which is... She's already a better gubernatorial candidate than Arizona has had in a long, long time, just refusing to back down, to be honest. Dude, I'm loving the atmosphere in here. All right.
Opinionated junkie.
Oh.
Joe Rogan said, forgive people who pushed lockdowns and policies that kept people unemployed if not jabbed. I say no forgiveness without punishment.
Joe Rogan says a lot of things. Oh, I know this.
Huh. Except this one.
9/11.
Okay.
Christopher De Leon, great Lincoln video. You should check out the clip from Malcolm in the Middle, where Dewey calls the emancipation a political stunt.
Yale is just a contender, but maybe word got out about his.
It wasn't a political stunt. It was exactly what Abraham Lincoln said it was. It was a war measure only, and that's a direct quote, by the way. A war measure only are the exact words Abraham Lincoln used. Which, by the way, means that after the Civil War, it would have been rescinded.
Poor horse abused by Cenk. If this is New York, there's a lacking in rat people. He's got a point.
Does O'Leary have a network of pals?
Oh, yeah. This is a full-blown fucking... This, my friend, is what a racket looks like. It's a really good Humphrey Bogart movie based on a true story called, what is it? Force of Evil, I think?
Sounds familiar,
Force of
actually.
You and I watched it.
Yeah,
It was one of his later movies.
Wow. I didn't realize you could place so many bets on a single baseball game.
DraftKings.com. No. Sorry, Pete Rose, you can't be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. But before our Hall of Fame ceremony, how about a message from DraftKings.com?
Bastard Luigi. She was a bombshell Bombay. An indoor cat in a world of strays. Her eyes grabbed me by the scruff and... Oh god, I'm writing furry noir. Kill me, please.
I love that. The right stick controls your hand. Check it out. That's great.
Wolfgang, whole stream has been nothing but cat puns. You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, stop it! That was quite the yarn. Anyway.
16 days until the fight.
Now you're doing it on purpose.
Even the office variety have family and kids.
Is that a deer?
A female deer?
Maybe things aren't so bad on the dark side. It looks like a summary.
Ben, thank you for the 10, and the answer is yes.
Amount, bet,
what?
Wagerer. Wait a minute.
Was the answer?
Oh, a follow-up video to the Lincoln thing.
Oh, yeah.
Lincoln thing, yeah.
A little thingamajig that adds on its own.
Again, it kind of depends. I still need to watch both of those fucking... Apparently, he wants to make a whole fucking series just refuting my fucking video because he's not triggered. So, again, always, if I'm going to make a rebuttal, I'm certainly going to let the other person get all of the rope to hang themselves with. I'm not going to make a refutation until they're done making their imbecilic statement. Oh, there we go. Wild berries, my favorite Pop-Tarts.
Illegitimate film.
Yeah.
You had once mentioned on Twitter you would someday do a Peter Gabriel mythos.
Yeah, I'd love to.
With his new album and tour soon upcoming, is that plan still in fruition?
Yeah, that's actually pretty likely. Okay, any, conclusions I can draw, or... Nope, not yet. Okay, so we collected a lot of evidence. This is basically a booking racket down here, looks like.
Opinionated Junkie, USB starting to be as fast or more faster than SATA drives? Okay.
Oh, no, there's a whole other room in here.
Are they growing wacky tobacco?
Oh, I see.
Mr. Melange, thank you for the 20. Would you be willing to do some film noir archives on modern neo-noirs?
Yeah, I mean, I planned on doing some more modern stuff. Look, I did do Blade Runner.
The painting concealed file after file of celebrity reports with all sorts of shady information, ranging from S to Z. Almost all of them were athletes. Is that what O'Leary meant when he said that detectives and police officers were his friends? I wonder how many spy for him. If I were to pitch in, who would I spy on?
Tim Thorpe. He's that football player, right? Rhino.
Thorpe had been a rising football star before the war.
Oh, no. That's a
which he came
lion.
Back from with honors and decorations. After
The dude in the
troops,
wheelchair.
He resumed his career. He won 3 season trophies and a couple of MVP awards. He retired after an accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. He started his own sports advertising agency 4 years ago, but according to the files, O'Leary hadn't even tried to corrupt him.
Doomsday Machine, thoughts on Dragon Force?
I mean, whatever. If you enjoy them, more power to you. They do nothing for me. You could do worse. You could be listening to
He was so
not
clean,
metal, I
not
guess.
to mention hard to corrupt, that O'Leary opted for a more subtle strategy. Apparently, when he broke up with the tennis player Helen Moore, he set her up with Stone. Lucky for him, they hit it off. As I put away the report, I stopped in my tracks.
Lime Paul, you know the Dreadnoughts? Amazing folk punk band?
Did I really risk
no.
knowing what O'Leary had on my good friend, the incorruptible police commissioner?
Bro, read it. Why wouldn't you?
I sighed in relief. O'Leary had tried to buy Smirnoff on several occasions, but failed. Luckily, O'Leary had nothing on him, or me.
Let me skip over here.
All right. Like, I don't know how that was a moral decision. Wouldn't you want to read it just to find out if he's fucking stalking this guy, or?
Yeah, yeah.
All I found was a
Could
log
be
of his
corrupt.
incredible stats as an aspiring champion. 20 victories, 16 by knockout. Although, at the end of the report, someone had underlined one word several times. Untouchable.
Oh.
Alabaster Scarf, did you see the trailer for Marlowe?
I did indeed.
Jack, a Callisto prisoner,
that be
Callisto
irony?
Protocol, is a disappointing horror game. But a fun 3D beat 'em up. Nothing more cathartic than beating monsters with a heavy, blunt object.
Ah, there we go. Oh, hello.
Limited edition copy 2 of 3. We listen, if you call it listening, to the sentimental romance. Your eyes act like the moon.
Ethan, what is the
If
most...
they're not together anymore, why does O'Leary keep so many pictures of romantic moments with Helen Moore?
What is the most visually gorgeous black and white film you have ever seen?
Most visually gorgeous black and white film. Man, there's quite a few.
9/11.
I mean, Metropolis would have to be up there.
Oh, yeah.
Metropolis would have to be up there. In terms of a film noir, the big combo is pretty stunning. As is He Walked by Night. I mean, pretty much any film that John Seitz was a cinematographer on, or John Alton.
Can I throw out a mention to Mad Max?
Oh, yeah. That dude, Mad Max Fury Road looks great in black and white.
Yeah.
That is clearly the way that George Miller intended that film to be seen. And he said as much. Oh, my gorilla buddy. He's got a file on him.
Strange as it may seem, the reports revealed that O'Leary had hired Jake as a bodyguard precisely because he was absolutely clean. Apparently, he liked to surround himself with honest people when he mingled with the high society.
Oh, is that it?
That's it.
QWERTY, who's your favorite femme fatale?
Femme fatale in a film noir. Boy, that's
Helen
tough.
Moore's file was, by far, one of the juiciest. She had been just a run-of-the-mill tennis player until O'Leary launched her career by rigging enough games to help her climb the ranking.
That's a conspiracy
O'Leary
theory.
hadn't fixed any of her
You're
games
undermining tennis integrity.
Despite that, she remained undefeated. Be as it may, it was clear that O'Leary had enough information to ruin her career.
Oh boy. Spicy.
Blue Paladin, thank you for the 10.
Sorry, I wasn't done there. What was that last question again? Sorry, just
favorite femme fatale.
Yeah, favorite femme fatale.
Oh, I thought you answered it. I'm sorry.
I did not. Shit. I mean, Jane Greer in Out of the Past is pretty great. Lauren Bacall in The Big Sleep is not supposed to be a femme fatale, but might be, depending on how you interpret the story. It's basically suggested that she might have killed Eddie Mars to protect her sister, and the script doesn't come right out and say it for obvious reasons, because in the 1940s that would have been risible. The idea that the ingenue of the piece actually killed a guy to shut him up, even though it was a crime, it was a criminal. So, I mean, you could consider her a femme fatale in that, even though in the classic sense, in all of her pairings, her film noir pairings with her husband, Humphrey Bogart, she was the ingenue. She was not the villainess or the Black Widow character. So yeah, I don't know. There were a lot of them. Barbara Stanwyck in Double Indemnity. Man, there's a lot.
We're gonna have to start going through a bunch of these real fast. Sorry if
I'd say that's Ireland too.
Ha. I'd say that lame Photoshop filter is not from Ireland.
Blue Paladin, thank you for the 10. Hardcore Bunny. What happened to the last stream? It's Nintendo. You can guess what happened to it.
Yeah. Oh, it was a catfish. You see that? Did you see the catfish?
So fish aren't people.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But reptiles are.
Speciesist. Oh, wait. What did that say?
9/11.
What was that?
A Crossler? The good news is, I don't need lockpicks to open it. The bad news, I didn't bring explosives.
Uh-huh.
Lemon Lime. Realistically speaking, what can we do about the WEF and their dried up nutsack of a leader?
Right.
Slade, thank you for the 10.
What can we do? We can stop electing politicians that fucking are enthralled to them.
Yep.
Or paid by groups that they're in turn paid by. By the way, it's pretty obvious at this point that BlackRock is like the merchant arm of the WEF. In case you haven't put that together by now.
Goku Senpai, did you catch Candace Owens trashing him on Tim Pool's show?
I did. I think she just got... And I can understand this to a degree. I think she just got personally offended because she got mentioned, I guess, by Crowder or something, apparently. I think she was more so just pissed off. I do not understand sending her out to do damage control. It's like handing a pyromaniac a Zippo. But I think she was just pissed that apparently he mentioned her, or at least that's what she claimed. I didn't actually see that in her video. In his video, rather.
Chilean helicopter pilot. Are there any nations that you think have a chance of becoming regional or even...
His father was the shortest of all, since only his name was left. Why?
Becoming regional or even major powers in the future, either economic or militarily countries like Brazil, India, etc.
I'm sorry, do I see them becoming world powers, you mean?
Yeah.
India has some pretty significant challenges that would preclude that. And honestly, right now, you can clearly see so does Brazil. I don't see either of them. China is on the decline, and their solutions for the decline are going to cause further decline. So I don't see that happening. And they're still a developing nation. Yeah. I don't know. The problem with asking a question like that at this juncture is that so many countries are struggling in the midst of recession that it's like whoever's able to pull out of that tailspin first is going to have the highest chance of fixing that. So it's probably going to be a slightly freer economy that is able to do that. There's a few that fit that bill. But yeah, I wouldn't want to speculate in the middle of a recession. It would be kind of a pointless prediction. Right. I'm sorry. Did I say recession? I meant it's not a recession.
Cassidy's report was possibly the longest among all of O'Leary's files. Apparently, their rivalry went way back. So much so that they spied on each other in the most unthinkable ways. At least I was able to confirm what Yale had told me. Cassidy had threatened Dunn after he refused to join the managers' union.
Okay.
Rider of the Middle Horse.
A corrupt union? Well, I never.
I don't blame Crowder for his refusal of the contract. My question is, why is the money Daily Wire supposed to give him coming from big tech when supposedly they're against it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great question.
And that, I think that was part of the point of his video, too.
Yeah.
Ireland, of course. This guy's obsessed.
All right.
Gaming Newfie, you're not the only one to ask. Nintendo, Fire Emblem, you can probably guess what happened.
Luckily or not, files in through R included no one that I could somehow connect to the case.
Luckily enough, the developers got lazy.
Lampshade, do you think it's possible for a company to go unwoke? To unwokeify itself?
We'll learn if it can be done on a large scale, because the current head of Warner Brothers is desperately attempting it, but he is being fought tooth and claw.
You would have to fire everyone in charge.
No shit.
And that might be what it comes to.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Cicero is demanding more hit pads. Jagstein, oh God. Oddly, the Star Wars prequels are a near-perfect allegory, rather applicable to the U.S. Civil War in Lincoln. Except Sidious was somehow less evil than Lincoln, violated less rights.
Aha.
Straw B, thank you for the 25. I'm bracing myself for any potential animal puns. Very fun stream regardless. Thank you.
Shit.
Jake's Dino God. So
Favorite against Yale. Yale's souls don't match the... Oh. Okay. I'm just not seeing a fourth clue that explicitly links to this. Maybe? What the fuck?
Jagstein, oh God. So a game has talking animals solving mysteries and tackles mature themes such as racism, sex, without just being a crass mouthpiece. Yet some bitch had to pervert Scooby-Doo.
No. Ah.
Lance Corporal Hawk, are there any other secret number-based super chats we should be aware of? Well, that's up to you to find out.
That's not secret.
Jegstein, oh god. A lot of leftists cry about the right propping up and celebrating and donating to Rittenhouse, but deny it's the left directly who prevents him from having a life. Textbook psychopathy. Yes, well, I think we all knew that. Crossfire. Game looks amazing. I had seen this in the past, but never really gave it a chance. After tonight, it's going on my wish list.
Sweet.
Mercenary X, thank you for the...
Damn. Man, there's a clue that I'm missing it by one. He's untouchable. What would be a third clue that... souls don't match the... Judging by the bets... Nope. I do not know. There's some kind of deduction I can make here, and I'm like one off. This is bizarre.
Psychopathy. Yes, thank you.
I mean, I don't see how that would connect.
Let me see if there's any help in the chat. Look for the doctor's name while you're here. Connect the big one to the untouchables.
Oh, there's more drawers to rifle through.
Even Dunn had a gun in his office. O'Leary couldn't possibly be the exception.
Mercenary X getting off work.
Dunn had $200 in his safe. O'Leary had about $20,000 in a drawer.
And yes, Mercenary X, we've been talking about that all night. He's gonna have a rebuttal.
I might have a rebuttal. If it's fucking
might.
worth it.
If it's worth it.
Like, I don't like reply botting, and I really don't like picture-in-picture video replies. I don't like watching them. Why would I want to make one? If I did it, it would basically just be a roast that takes all of his high points and tears them in two.
With all the disinformation out there about Lincoln, I have an easier time believing the vampire hunter story.
Some of that is more realistic than the actual portrayal of the man by modern historians.
Better graphics, too.
Oh, shit. Dude, how could you know? Oh, come on. I literally had to pick a random direction. There was a 50% chance I was gonna die. That was bullshit. There was no context clue to tell me which way was right and which way was wrong.
Jake. Someone was coming.
Are we or are we not exemplary workers, Jake? Here it is, middle of the night.
You could just duck, stupid.
And we're working extra hours.
There you go.
Hey, Jimmy, what do you think about that? I
think he's scared stiff, Desmond.
Why's that, Jimmy? We're giving you the red carpet treatment. We even let you in the boss's office.
You're one lucky fellow.
You can't say I don't treat you well, Jimmy.
I know what that carpet is for.
Yeah.
Speak, you moron.
Yeah, very well. Why are you... Shh. Calm down. How long have you worked for me, Jimmy?
3 months. 3 months.
Oh, yeah. I hired you right after your cousin Martin died. I need your opinion. How would you punish someone for ruining an innocent man's life with a hit and run, Jimmy?
I don't know.
And tell me, what about you, Wilson? What would you do?
No, please. I didn't do anything. I swear.
All right. This is gonna be bad.
O'Leary, the police have surrounded you.
You don't need to worry about that.
Well, that didn't go well. Okay, so I can't save him. He's fucked.
You can't say I don't treat you well, Jimmy.
If you try to intervene, you die.
Yeah.
Speak, you moron.
Yeah, very well. Why are you...
It's a pity there wasn't a 44 Magnum double-action revolver I had on my desk that I could have brought along.
3 months.
It's a shame.
Yeah. I hired you right after your cousin Martin died. I need your opinion. How would you punish someone for ruining an innocent man's life with a hit and run, Jimmy?
I don't know.
Then tell me, what about...
How would you punish a game developer for not making conversations skippable, Jimmy?
Bastard Luigi, no good deed goes unpunished.
Yep.
He was a good guy. Of course, you already knew that. You knew him better than me, right?
He was my cousin.
That's why I hired you, Jimmy. You see, Martin was a dear friend. And his widow said you were a nice kid. That you do a good job and you needed the money. And I have a soft spot for those in need. Please. But, you know...
Okay, we gotta answer because we're running out of time here.
Yeah. Let's see. Also, get this, apparently Lincoln started a Q group. Again, I'm going to believe the vampire hunter story over anything at the moment. At least until the military coup happens, right? Did you enjoy those beat-em-up games I sent you? I'm gonna send you more. And you can't do a damn thing to stop me.
You don't have to. Stop it. But thank you.
Didn't I get you this game? Did he?
No, I already bought this a long time ago.
Okay. But anyways, I hope you play the beat-em-ups I sent you on Steam. Very cool. Crossfire, thank you for the 6. Speaking of Biker Mice from Mars, did you or Taryn ever see the 2006 sequel series? No, I did not. Did you?
No.
A cat alien race team up with this billionaire with horrible fake hair and a fat ass who builds golf courses and huge towers with his name on them, and his name is Ronaldo Rump.
Right.
He was the villain. Mr. Reese, thank you for the 20. Does this mean a Noir Archives in the near future?
It could. No, I really want to get back to making some of those. Like I said, I have like a couple of Film Noir Archives scripts that are done, essentially, and I just haven't recorded them.
Ike, welcome to the dark side. John, RazörFist. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Forspoken, which is co-written by Amy Hennig? You know what?
It looks fucking retarded. I don't care.
It does not appeal to me whatsoever. Just generic open world stuff.
Yep. Hey, I wonder if the female protagonist uses a bow at some point.
And is snarky. Like, I'm so bored. The Grizzly, how long until we enter a... Guys, it's just a mild recession. Don't call it a depression.
Yep.
Or else you're double racist.
Oh, yeah. It's eventually denial, and then people say there's all these stages, denial, acceptance, and so forth. No. It's everything after denial is just cope. That's every other phase.
Yeah. Mercenary X, again, I'm sorry, Razor, but this game is still far less creepy, no matter what it says and does, than actual furries. Hell, if you put the cast of Blacksad in a room with actual furries, guns.
Right.
The Grizzly, do you think the Democrats are still committed to Biden in 24, or will they pass him for Kamala?
I believe. Well, first off, you have to understand it's not a monolith. There's wings to the Democratic Party, but I think both wings right now would prefer Joe Biden didn't run. And the proof of that is that suddenly we're acknowledging the Hunter Biden laptop is real. Suddenly we're talking about top secret documents that Joe Biden took his damn clothes off. No, in the shower with Ashley. I mean, what? I think they are basically tapping him on the shoulder and saying, hey, Joe, thanks for the laughs, but you don't need to run again. And I told you months ago that that's what would happen.
Rod Maniac seems disingenuous for Daily Wire to offer $12.5 million per year, but pull back $2.5 if Crowder gets demonetized. He's been demonetized for years.
Yeah, no shit.
Opinion Rat, thank you for the 20. Conservative streaming services were created because YouTube kept banning conservatives.
Yeah.
YouTube channels. Now the same conservative streaming services take money from you for
getting demonetized on those platforms.
Yeah. Black Raptor.
Maybe one more literally we can pack on here and then we have to go because we're right up against
we've
it,
got about 10 minutes left. Black Raptor.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't?
Yeah, we don't.
What is your criteria on buying BattleTech through places like eBay to keep from giving Catalyst Games Labs your money?
Why not?
Buying
That's what I do.
mechs help?
Yeah, absolutely. I am completely of the opinion that you shouldn't support Catalyst. You should just buy off the secondary market because most of the BattleTech shit was made by FOSSA, and all that stuff is still available. Just go grab that. Most of it's better anyway.
And one more from Yellow Jacket. Thank you for the 20. The Myth of St. Crowder. Hey guys, did you know Steven Crowder wasn't a perfect angel when dealing with Daily Wire? Therefore, his entire point about questioning their authority is magically negated. Played by Conservative Inc.
Oh, good times. If I said on Twitter, and I stand by it, if only we could get the right to fight over election security and border security the way they fight over fucking media contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us on RazörFist Arcade. I apologize if your chat wasn't read, but we had so many. And unfortunately, a very story-heavy game where we couldn't cut in with them quite as much.
It happens.
Thank you all for joining us. Razor Force, I love you beautiful bastards, and God fucking speed.